tea on the table, other things we need. We need, of course, our tumbler tile blocks, and I have the smaller blocks. Of course, we use some paint at your choice. Of course, I have here my little container with some colors, scissors, markers, brushes, everything I need for the most of my DIYs. Of course, I use my wood glue, but you can use, like I always say, the hot glue, but your DIY is not as sturdy as you think with at least with the wood glue, so be careful if you use the hot glue. Of course, I have here my saucer with my wet towel for wiping away our glue. What we're going to do, we are going to make something from Valentine. I know it is early, but I saw already so many things in the stores here, even here in the Netherlands already. So I'm really happy to make a first DIY for the Valentine. I hope you are also into it, and even when you're not, make it a little later. So we will see how this will turn out. So we are going to start with our bottom, and our bottom is 6 pieces. And of course I should have done already the lid off, but I didn't. So I am going to do 5 blocks with glue, and of course number 6 will be the closure up. I always say, like this, 6 pieces, squeeze them together and make a straight line. And I always also say, if you have a metal hook which you like to place your blocks against, it's also fine too, but I always do it out of hand. Again, we're going to get 6 blocks again. We have here 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, I'm counting right. It's Monday, but sometimes the Mondays don't start as smooth as I hope always, but like this, number 5, and close you up and squeeze it, and make sure again that you have with your fingers a nice straight line again. We're going to go for number 3 of 6. We are almost there, don't worry. And this is already number 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, and number 5. And again, squeeze it, press it down, and make sure that you have it in a nice straight line. Of course, the last pieces of 6. And then we already have the start of the bottom, and a number 3, number 4, and a number 5. Again, place them together, squeeze it, and make sure that you wipe away the glue you don't need. Very easy. And again, if you have wiped it away, make sure that you have your blocks again in a nice straight line again, like this. And we're going to let this dry in for a couple of minutes. So all 4 of them are dried in a little bit. What we're going to do, be careful, place it on the side, and even when it falls apart, don't worry, because you only let it dry in a couple of minutes and you easily can place it together again. So don't worry about it. Squeeze them together this way. We're going to do this one also on the side. Do a little glue on each block, and this way place it down, and going to look for if everything is fitting together, and give it a little bit of pressure against each other side this way. You see where some blocks are a little bit crooked, but it doesn't matter. We're going to work with it, and we're going to give this also a couple of minutes. So I let them dry in a couple of minutes. Now what I'm going to do, I'm doing some glue on each block again, also like this. Over here, just make something, some pattern. It doesn't matter. What you can do, you can place this one the same on top, but I'm going to turn it over a little sideways, and I'm going to place this one on top, because if everything is correctly, you have the same measurements. So again, place it up, feel with your fingers that you have a straight line, because it is as best as you can, because you see already this block is also a little bit smaller, but when you paint it, you don't see it anymore. So we're going to give this also a couple of minutes rest. What we're going to do in the meantime, we're going to get 5 blocks, and we're going to glue them also together, the same like we did with the 6 blocks. Only now we glue 4 and this, squeeze them, make a straight line, and this is already number 1. And we're going to wipe away the glue, or else all our blocks will be under the glue, and that's not what you want, because it stains a little bit, the wood glue. And a number 3 and number 4 again, squeeze them and make sure that you have them in the straight line again. And you see already they are not really totally fitting. I already see this is a bad package with some blocks. Again, number 3, and this is 2, 3, and number 4 again. And we're going to squeeze it and press it together. And the last of 5, very easy. And we're going to give this one also a couple of minutes. Number 2, number 3, and number 4. So you have 4 pieces of 5 again. This one was 4 pieces of 6, and this is 4 pieces of 5. And again, wipe away the glue you don't need, and over here and this way. And again, make sure that you have a straight line. And we're going to give this some rest. So now we're going to place them on his side like this, and we're going to do some glue at the ending. A lot of you who are here already a long time know this way I'm going to make my squares. This is one. We do some glue on this side, and again place this against here. And the last will be the closure up. You do something on this side and on the inside over here. Is you do it over here and something on the top, and you can easily place it in, and you make it closed like this and give it a little bit of pressure. And of course you have to work with it, that you have a nice square which is fitting very nicely like this, and give it then a couple of minutes rest. So we did let it dry in for a couple of minutes. We're going to turn it over very carefully. We're going to do some glue on a little bit kind of the inside over here and over here, and we go this around and we go here around. Make sure that all blocks have a little bit of glue, and we're going to very carefully lay it on the side again, and we're going to place it on top of this one. Of course, make sure that you have it in the middle as best as you can, and this, and I'm going to turn it to look for, and then we're going to give it some pressure from the top and this way, and we get a small brush. We have just a very small brush. It's an old one. I make it wet with my towel, and again like this, and we're going to go for the inside, because on the inside there is some glue, and you don't want to have lots of glue on the inside. Of course, if there's a little bit, it doesn't matter, but if there is too much, you just get it out with your brush and this way, and wipe away the corners. And of course you do it on the outside the same if there are glue coming out. And of course I always go for certainty. I'm going to go around it, and now he is ready to dry. So we already have the start of our bottom. What we're going to do right now, we are going to make a kind of a tree. So we are going to get 8 blocks at least. I think go for 10, because you better have too much than too little. You get to your block, you do 1, you get some pencil, and you get not totally the half, but a little bit less than the half. I think something like this. I can show it to you in a moment. So like this, just make a little mark, and then you're going to get your saw, and you go from the point to this point, so sideways. You make a little cut over here like this, and you do that with at least 10 blocks. They always have something laying around, so it's very easy. I'm going to go and make my mark, so you can see what I mean. And you're going to cut off this line. So you have 10 pieces with a cutting over here, and I use my jigsaw, but of course you can use a hand saw, because these are little blocks and little small pieces you have to saw out. So, and you also can ask your husband or some friend. It doesn't matter, but I always recommend use your jigsaw, because you can do it very easy. I always tell, I buy my jigsaw with a needle, so it's very easy to work with, even for women, because we don't want to be independent of our husband. So we are going to cut off a little piece of this. And here you see already the pieces I just cut off like this. Very easy. And don't worry if you have it a little bit longer or maybe shorter. The most important is that you have just a block with a side piece, so you can glue a little bit the branches against the inside of the tree. So I did not make 10, I made 16. So I have already a little bit more to be sure. So if you want to be sure, also make 16, because I don't know how much I will use, but you will see that in a moment. What we're going to do, we're going to make the stand for the tree, at least the inside for the tree. We're going to glue 3 blocks together. Take 3 blocks, glue them together like this. Very easy, and I already made one. So 3 blocks like this, the same like here. You glue it together, lay it over here. Now we're going to make a square, and we're going to do it from loose blocks. So very easy. Do some glue on this side. We're going to place this one against it over here, and we're going to do this one on the side, and we're going to place this one on this side. And now we do the closure up is on this side and on the inside, a little glue. Very easy, and if everything is correctly, it fits nicely in each other this way. And just give it a little bit of pressure. Make sure that everything is in the shape you want it before you're letting it dry. And you see already you have to glue one on top of here, and then we're going to glue this one also on top of here. I am going to debating still if I need 4 or 5 high. I think at least I'm going to leave for 5 high. Then you have to make 5, but you see that in a moment. Yes, I figured it out because I always make my DIYs as I go. So I never know in front of it what I'm going to do. So someone asked me in a comment already a little while ago from how do I make my DIYs, if I make them already in front, and then because I don't never speak, do a voice over, I always make it at the spot. So what you see is always, that's why I always say I make the mistakes and you can do it very easily. I have now 3 little squares because this is already glued together. We're going to have already 2 loose, but I'm going to go for 6 in total. So we have already 3, but I'm going to do 6 in total because I figured out, or else he is a little bit too low, and I don't want it that it is just a little kind of mini tree. So it has to look like a tree, but if you want to have it a little bit smaller, it's also fine. But you will see this is not really a big size yet. So I'm going to do some glue on the inside. And we're going to very easy place this one together. So you see already how easy are making this kind of squares. And because I make them this way, because it's very sturdy when you are gluing the rest on top of each other. So you get this very sturdy tree. So I'm going to make, again, 2 extra, but I do it a little bit faster. So now we have our 6 pieces. You have them still loose from each other, but of course I have already one here. I'm going to lay one this way, and I'm going to lay the other one in the opposite direction. So here you have a smaller one, and you have here a smaller one. Then you have on this side a smaller one, and then you're going to turn it over, and you're going to do on this side a smaller one, and for this one you do on the other side, and then you're going to glue your 6 together. I have 5, but you have 6. Do some glue on the inside so it doesn't come off, and of course also over here. and you're going to place it against each other. You're going to do here the same. Do some glue on the inside, place it, and of course also over here. And we're going to place this on top of each other. Very easy. And give it a little bit of pressure and make a nice straight line like this, and let all 6 of them dry. So I placed my middle piece this way. Of course I have now 5, but you will have 6. What I'm going to get one of the pieces we just saw off, and we're going to make 4 of the same branches for the underside. For the first ring we will have, I will do 1 like this, then I probably will do 1 glue together like this, and of course this one will be under over here. This one will be a little bit sideways, and of course you can do it any way you like, which is you are liking the most. And I'm going to go 1 like this. So, and I will make 4 of them, but of course 2 of this one, and 2 of then they will be glued under here. This will be above, and this will be on top, and this will be under. So you have 2 of the same, but I'll show you that in a moment. So I made already 1 branch like this. It's very easy. You just have it sideways like this. So it's very easy to do. What I'm going to do, because I want to have 4 the same, I'm going to lay this on top as a kind of an example. I'm going to do 3 side blocks also over here. What I'm going to do, I'm going to double up the same like I did over here. Do them a little bit higher and a little bit of the line also over here and also over here like this. And I'm going to look for, if I'm placing this on top of here, it will look the same, and it does. And of course this one over here and this one over here, and of course it doesn't have to be exactly the same. So I'm going to do some glue on this side and on this side, and we're going to place it on top of here, and we're going to give it a little bit of pressure, and we're going to do this also on this one. And then we know that the underside is almost the same, and this way I have to place this one a little lower, and again give it some pressure. And the glue which is coming out you can easily remove with your pencil. Again, some glue on this side and on this side, and we're going to look for if I have it on the right spot, of course this way, and I'm going to give this one also a little bit of pressure. And I'm going to wait a couple of minutes, and then we're going to do the next one. But the next one is very easy. You just do some glue on the underside this way, and you're going to go very easy, double up the top, and this way give it some pressure. You do it with this one, a little glue on the inside, and going to place it over here. And we do the last one. And then we're going to give it a couple of minutes to rest. And then we're going to wipe away our glue. So you see already how easy was it just to double up 4 of the same piece. And if you do this, if you want to have the branches the same, then you do this way, just do 1, 1, and just place them in the same direction, you get the same branches. Of course, if you have some glue coming out, get your pencil or your brush and just wipe away the glue you don't need. Of course, maybe you don't even have glue which is coming out, is also fine too. So I'm going to give it a couple of minutes rest before we going to do glue it on top of here. Now I have my 4 branches, which I always like that the under 4 are always the same. So I'm going to get my middle piece. I'm going to glue some glue on the underside, and I'm going to, you have 6 of them, and you're going to place it on your little 3 piece. Of course, I'm going to place it on top of here, but for you it is the same. And give it a little bit of pressure, and make sure that you have a nice straight line, and give it some time to rest, because it has to hold a couple of branches. So we must be sure that it is dried in very nicely, but this dries very fast. And then we get the hard part, because we're going to try to get them glued together on here. And of course it's sideways, so it's always with your weight if it doesn't fall off, but we will see. So I give this one some time. What I'm going to do, I'm going to glue the first branch in between the first one and the second one, because he has to fit inside. So don't do it too low, because or else you don't get it in the container or little underpiece anymore. So what we're going to do, we're going to take this one, we do some glue on this line, very carefully over here. And this will be taking a little bit of your time, because every branch you can't lay it down or something else, because it doesn't work, because everything is crooked. So we're going to place it halfway. So you take the half of this side block and you place it halfway on top and in the middle of your piece, and give it a little bit of pressure. And of course wait a couple of minutes. Of course you have to wait with me, because I can't come with my camera now right now. Don't worry, I will cut it off. Don't worry. So I will take this in place for a little moment, until it is at least dried in a little. But be sure it is in the half, and of course in the half of your block. So the 4 pieces are on top of our tree, but I have to tell you, this was really, really difficult to get them on. I almost would grab to my hot glue and just glue them on, but I want to be sure that my tree was steady. So I took my time for the 4 pieces. What we're going to do for the next one, we're going to get a side one again, and I'm going to place it normally this way. I already made an example like this. So we are going to do one on this one. We're going to get 2 loose blocks. We are going to do one on top of here, a little bit sideways, of a little bit down. He really is hanging down, and this one will be halfway on top, really on this one. But first what we're going to do, we're going to let this hang down, the same like we did with the other one. So I show you, do a little bit of glue, and I'm going to make sure that he is hanging down, and this way. And I give it a little bit of pressure, and I use this as an example. So I'm going to place it this way, and be sure that you have still the measurement of the one on top of here. So this way, I'm going to wipe away the glue I don't need. Of course, I have to get it a little bit higher, and you can change them up any way you like, because the branches are really a free option. Everything is a free option, of course. You can do anything you like, but if you want to make the same tree, the branches are always an option for you. So you don't have to. You see, now when we lay them together, they have the same measurement. And now we're going to do this block, and we're going to turn it over, do a little bit of glue on here, and we're going to place this one exactly on top of this one. So you have the sides equally, and just very close next to each other, and very squeeze it until you have a straight line, and wipe away the glue again. I show you in a moment a little bit closer, so don't worry. I will let this dry in, and this is what I mean. I have it here, is the side piece, and you just glue this together. It is very easy, but if you are a little bit off line or another line, it doesn't matter, because this one down, one under it, but in the same direction equally like this one. So you see, this one is the same. And I'm going to make 2 other pieces. This one will be over here. I would almost say I have the second row on it. I would always say all as well, but don't be surprised if one of the pieces is falling off. What we're going to do, we go for the third row, and we're going to get 1 block, and of course you will have it normally hanging down like this, and I'm going to place it down this way, and I'm going to do this one only a little up. So very easy. We're just going to do this one up. So just do some glue on the top and glue this one this way and just squeeze it and make sure that it's this way. And now we're going to make 4 of the same pieces like this. Very easy. This is the tree and you place it over here and then you have it a little direction to the 2 o'clock. That's that's maybe the better to say. So, and I'm going to do the rest. So we have our 4 pieces with only 2 blocks on it. We do some glue, very easy, and we're going to place this one a little bit higher. I think it between the topper and the second one from above. So very easy, and we did this one on the outside, so we do this on the inside over here. So very easy. Glue it over this way, and I'm going to give it a little bit of pressure. And I have to look if I don't find it too high. Of course, I'm looking a little, I think he's a little bit too high. So I'm going to go in between the second one. So be sure that you do a little bit of glue. It's just what you prefer, where you want to have your, maybe you want to have 4 in between. Maybe I have now number 3, but maybe you want to have 4. So choose your own number of branches you want to have. Because we need also a little bit of opening because we want to hang something inside on the branches. So make sure what you want to have. So I'm going to go a little bit from off the line of the second one from the top. So I'm going to hang all of them. So now I have 3 rows, one with 4 blocks. At least I count the one with the cutting off also with as a block. 4, 3, 2, and now I'm going to end with a half block like this. I'm going to do it, but I'm going to do this one in the middle. So exactly in the middle, just the way we started, we're going to end with the middle. So we do some glue on this one, and we're going to place this one exactly in the middle over here until the ending, and we're going to squeeze it and we're going to let it rest. So you see already on my table 2 big bags from IKEA. I always collect through the years wooden pieces, and I buy them most of the time with AliExpress. You get 50 or 60 in a packet, and this is also wooden pieces. I have here a kind of a tree. I have here some little fences. I have some wheels, some mushrooms, some puzzles. I have really over the years I collected so many pieces. And you see here I have some leaves and I have them in different shapes. So I'm going to find a couple of them for on our tree, and you can buy them really anywhere. Even Amazon will have them, maybe Dollar Tree, Dollarama, it doesn't matter. And most of the time, especially in the fall season, it's maybe there is something in the store here still. But if there's not, next year, make sure that you collect this kind of wooden pieces. And of course, I have a big bag also with bigger wooden pieces. And I'm going to use this one. Is also from a Christmas scenery. It supposed to be a Christmas tree, but I'm going to use it as the topper on top of me on my a tree. So I will use this one also, and I'm going to find some couple of the different leaves. But I hope you do just like me, just collect a couple of wooden pieces through the year, which you can sometimes with sceneries you get pieces. So always don't throw it away, always keep it in this kind of bags, and you always have something for the whole year around. So I'm going to find this one, and then we're going to glue them together. So I found my leaves, which one I will use, of course, not this two. And of course, like I said, the middle piece. And now we're going to do, because this needs to dry, we're going to glue 3 blocks together, because we will make 4 little hearts. But I need to glue them first, and I want to make them from my tumbling tile blocks. Of course, I always try to make everything from our blocks so everyone can make it. And number 2 and number 3 is the closure up again. Squeeze it, press it down, like this, and the third one. And then we're going to give it at least an hour to dry, because if you go to work with your jigsaw, then your piece will fall apart. So it needs to dry very nicely. So again, this is number 1 and number 2. And squeeze them together this way. And again, like I said, give them at least an hour. So I have here my leaves. I have from one shape, I have 8. So I will use on each side of my tree 2 pieces. So 2, 2, 2. And I have even 2 left over. I have here 4. And I have 4 of this one, of course, also 1 over. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to start with the one with 8. I'm going to start on the top, and I'm going to do some wood glue on the back side. I show you in a moment how I'm going to glue it. So this way, and I'm going to, of course, you can glue it any way you like, because this is just, like I always say, an inspiration. You don't have to do the way I do it. So this is how he's looking like, because you don't see it. And so I work my way down. But first I'm going to do all of them on the top, like this. But I did already on the other one too much glue. I only need to do glue on the underside and not on the whole piece. But I was already forgotten that, so I already did too much glue. I glue this one. I'm going to do also on the underside over here. And I have to do it this way, then you can see it a little bit better. Then I'm going to glue this one over here, and again squeeze it and make sure that you have a kind of a shape inside. And now we're going to do this one, but every leaf you buy is different than mine, so go ahead, do whatever you think is right. Of course, I'm going to do it this way and give it a little bit of pressure. And so I'm going to work my way down, and you do it just the way you think you like it, because everyone has a different taste. And even when you are someone who likes more like gold or silver, you can spray paint it and you can give it any color you like. So this is not only for everyone who only like to paint to wax. If you like more like a glam lady or glam gentleman, you can just spray paint it. So I have all the leaves on it, and now I'm going to place my topper on the top of our stand. And of course I do it a little bit wider, and then I'm going to place it on the top and just let it dry in the middle. So, and now I'm going to get my paint, and I'm going to paint my tree, and then later we're going to glue it inside of our box, because the box will be in another color. I will do this a little bit in a darker brown color, and this will be in the creamy white. So I'm going to place my little tree aside, and I'm going to start with my bottom of my tree, because he needs a nice stand to stand on. I'm going to use my brown color. I hope you can see it. It's a little bit of a mess inside, but don't worry, old paint is always very nice to work with. So we're going to give it the inside and the outside. Of course, I'm going to give a color. So I'm going to do it a little bit faster. You see, I have here the tree. It's a little bit difficult for you to see. And of course, I use the creamy color, a little bit of a white. And I'm going to do it very carefully, because I don't want to break anything, because the little wooden pieces are not the most thickest wood, because they break very easy. So we're going to start from the top, and we're going to work very easy our way down. So I don't let you wait for it. So I take my time. I hope you also take your time for it. So you see already he's a little bit in the creamy color. So our tree and our little basket under it is drying. What we're going to do, we're going to get our 4 pieces of 3. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to get my marker, my pencil, And I'm going to make a heart of here. Of course, I'm going to go this way, and until the middle over here. And of course, we start a little over here. And then we're going to make a very easy, a little bit sideways, our little heart. I try to use as much as I can from my block. Of course, you can also use a silhouette for your heart, but I try to do it this way. Over here. And I think everyone can make a very easy heart. And everyone makes the heart the different way, so it doesn't matter. Just make it the way you want to make it. You see, I already have one. I will make 4 of them and I will cut them out, and then we're going to give them a paint color. And you see how my 4 hearts turned out, and it is so easy to do just out of hand. Of course, I'm going to get my jigsaw, I'm going to saw them out, and we're going to give them a place, of course, also on our tree. And we're going to glue the tree inside. And here you see my 4, whoa, my 4 hearts. And of course, you can paint it in the red, the pink, any color you like, maybe white. Do whatever you think you like. I'm still debating what color I will do, because I'm not a person who has a lot of red or pink in my decor. So I will have to think what color I will use. But if you really go for the Valentine all the way, then of course I should give it a red or a pink color, but I will have to see. So, and you see already I did choose for a little bit of the brighter red. Of course, it is a little bit red, pink, dark pink. I don't know if the camera picks it out right, but you see already still the wood is still coming through. It's very lightly. What I'm going to do, because I don't want to have it on my tree, so I'm going to glue the hearts on my little container or basket, box, how you call it. I'm going to glue them on each side once, so I can leave the tree a little bit neutral. But of course, you can glue it on the pieces of the tree. So I'm going to glue on the side. It's very easy, of course. Everyone can do it. I just do a little bit of a wood glue, place it in the middle, and this way, and give it a little bit of pressure. And this, I'm going around the whole box. So now I have the hearts on top of here. I'm going to glue. Now the only thing is, of course, I'm going to turn it over. I hope I can show it to you on camera. I'm just doing some glue in the middle. You see here. And we're going to place it in between our box. And of course, we're going to try to get it in the middle. And this way, we're going to let it settle. And we're going to look for the middle. Of course, he has to go a little bit to this way, over here. And we're going to go for this one. And we're going to let this dry. And you see in a moment, of course, the quick impression. And of course, I told you see the quick impression, and you will in a moment, but I almost forgot to tell you that on each side of the heart, I'm going to do an X and an O for, of course, the Valentine. And I leave my tree this way. I'm going to do only some greenery on the underside, because I like greenery. But you can do maybe some faux grass inside, or maybe a color, some raffia. You can do anything inside, and you can decorate it also the way you like it. And now you really see in a moment the quick impression. And this is what we will need for this DIY. We need, of course, our tumbling tile blocks, but we use the smaller blocks, like a lot of you already have. I have here my saucer with an old piece of kitchen towel which is wet to wipe away the glue. I have here my little container with my cutters, scissors, brushes, markers, with everything inside. I always have it around me. Of course, I'm going to use my wood glue, but you can also use some hot glue. I am going to use my spray paint. You can do any color you like and any paint you like. I'm using the spray paint, and what I'm trying to hope, because it looks like it's shiny gold, but it isn't. It's a matte finish, but I hope the structure of the blocks gives it a nice variety of a different kind of a light. So we will see if this gives a high-end look or not. What we're going to make, we are going to make a train. A couple of friends already asked, could you make a train? So I'm going to try it. I did it already a couple of times, but I have to be honest, I never really liked them. So this was not really what I have in my head. So I hope that what I have in my head right now will turn out nice. So we will see how this will look like. The first step will be, we are going to make the sides of the train, and we need 2 sides, and I'm going to try to make it as easy as can be, so like everyone including me can make the train. So we will see, we make 4 blocks, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, this one is not, so I have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and we're going to glue them together sideways. So very easy. Do some glue on the side, and this will be number 2, and roll them already together so your glue is not running down. And this way, and this one, and we are almost there. And number 8 and number 9 is the closure up. Squeeze it together, press it down. And like I told you in many DIYs already, if you have a metal hook and you like to use it, just use it. I'm just not someone who uses it, so, but don't mind me, I'm just stubborn and just try to do it my way. So don't worry about that. I'm going to get my wet towel and I'm going to wipe away the glue we don't need. And again, afterwards, make sure that you have everything in the straight line again. We're going to get 9 blocks again. And you have a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. And we're going to do the same. And like this. Oh, there's not a lot of glue. And I'm a little afraid that he will fall apart. And that's not what we want. Like this. And this one, and of course number 8 again, and the last one, number 9. Squeeze it and make a straight line again, and feel with your fingers, and then you can very easily get a nice straight line. If you have a block inside which is really smaller, I recommend that you put the block out, because for the sides of the train you need to have that everything is nicely and straight. You can use that block later again, but for the sides I would choose do it at least in the same measurement, because you don't want that it is crooked or something. So we're going to place this one aside. We're going to wipe away, and every time wipe away your surface, because it's always very nice to work when your surface is clean. I'm going to get again, because we need a front side and a back side, so I'm going to make again 2 pieces of 9 also for the other side, but I do it a little bit faster. You see already we have our 2 pieces of 9. What we're going to do, carefully lay one on the side. We do some glue on this side, very easy, and we're going to place it back again and place them against each other and make a nice piece like this. Just give it a little bit of pressure, and again we're going to let this dry in. Of course we're going to do with this one the same, but this one is not totally dry. So we are doing it carefully, but like I said, if it falls apart, it doesn't matter. You can easily glue it together again. That's the greatest thing about wood glue. you can easily glue it together again, so don't worry about it. And again, press it together. If you have a little bit glue coming out, wipe it away and give it a couple of minutes to dry. In the meantime, while this is drying, we're going to get 2 blocks and we're going to glue them together like this. Very easy. Squeeze it and press it down and make sure that you have it in a straight line, because you need it in a straight line. We're going to wipe away the glue like this. We're going to make a second one, and of course a little glue. Glue it together, squeeze it, press it down, and we're going to give it a little wipe with our towel, and we're going to get 2 blocks, but we're not going to glue it this way. We're going to glue it on the tops. So do some glue on the top, and we're going to press it, and we're going to make another one of this one, because we have 2 sides. And we're going to again squeeze it and press it, and we're going to give it a couple of minutes rest. So what we're going to do, we're going to take one piece, and I know he is still not dried totally. We're going to get this block and we are going to glue it on the underside over here at the ending. So squeeze it and make sure that you remove the glue. What you're now going to do, you're going to glue this one on the side, so you're going to do some glue over here and on the underside, so you can place it inside here, and again squeeze it like this. And now you get a loose block, and you're going to glue this one, and you're going to do some, place it over here. You're not going to place it in the place already. Now we're going to get another loose block, and we're going to do one on this side and on this side. And what we're going to do, we're going to place this one over here, and we're going to do a little bit of glue. Oh, he's already on this block, sorry. He's already over here because I did it on this 2 sides, and we're going to build it in. And this way, of course, we have to give it a little bit of shape because we want to have a straight line. And wipe away the glue. This is already our first part. We are going to get this one, and it looks very strange right now. I know, but don't worry, it will look all right. We're going to do it on this side, and of course you also can do it on this side, then you don't have to do the other block. So again, place it over here. Oh, you see already this way. And we're going to place this one over here, and we did already some glue on it. So again, wipe away the glue you don't need. And again, some loose block. We do some glue over here, but we're still not going to glue it. We're doing some glue on this side and on this side, and we're going to place it in. Very easy. And of course we're going to do it over here, and we're going to make a nice straight line, and we have to do this one a little bit over here, so you have to work with it to get a nice straight line. And we're going to give it a couple of minutes rest. So I placed my 2 sides of the train on the side, because what we're going to do, we're going to get 3 blocks, and this needs to dry for a little while because we are going to use our saw, because we are going to make some wheels out of it. So, and then they need to be dried or else they will fall apart when you're going to saw them. So this needs a little bit of dry time. So that's why I am making them now and give them some time. And again, another one, and of course we need 4. I think 2 pieces on each side is more than enough, but if you like, if you like more, it's also fine too. So like I said, I'm going to try to get them as even as I can, like this. And this block is not totally straight, you see it already, but I'm going to wipe away the glue. We're going to get another 3 and another 3. So very easy, but they take the time for it. At least let them dry for I think maybe 1 or 2 hours at least, because before you're going to sew it, I already did, sometimes I did it earlier, but everything is, now I don't know what I have, but he's totally going. And I tried it earlier before a couple of hours a rest, but it was really something, everything did fall apart. So don't do it, give it a couple of hours to rest to make the wheels. In the meantime, while this is drying, we're going to make the middle piece of the train. And first we're going to get 7 blocks. So we have here already 5, 6, 7. We're going to glue them together. And this way. This is number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, and number 6. And number 7 is the closure up. Squeeze it. And again, press it together until one piece, like this. And we're going to wipe away the glue this way. And again, always readjust it if it isn't straight anymore. We're going to give this also a couple of minutes. So in the meantime, the first of 7 is drying. We're going to make a second one of 7. Again, 5, 6, 7. Very easy again. Also glue them this way. And number 3, number 4, number 5, and number 6 and number 7 is the closure up again. Squeeze it, and again in a straight line, and this way. And we're going to get 2 blocks, and we're going to do some glue on the wider side, so in the middle. And we go glue 1 on top of here. Place it on the side, and you see already, make a straight line and press it, and going to let this rest also a couple of minutes. We are going to get 4 blocks, again 4 like this. We're going to glue them together, and now it looks very strange, but believe me, in a moment we can pull everything together, and then you will see the middle piece coming alive, because now it looks all in parts, and it is in parts, it really is. So now I'm going to take 2 loose blocks, and we're going to glue them this way on the side. So we only do some glue on the underside, over here, place it against here. We do it over here on the underside, very easy. Place it over here, and like this, squeeze it and press it together, and make sure that everything is in a straight line like this. And we're going to let this rest also. Now we are getting one of the piece of 7 and our piece of 2 we glue together. We do some glue on the underside, on the wider side, this way. And we're going to place this one also against here. So make sure again, squeeze it and have a straight line, and let this dry in. It needs to be very dry. And if you have glue which is coming out, get a little brush and wipe away the glue you don't need, because you don't need glue popping out everywhere. So I'm going to let this dry also. So my mat was getting a little bit full. I'm going to place away my 4 pieces of 3, because this will be later tires. We're going to go further. So we have 1 of 7. We have 2 blocks against glue together, 2 bigger blocks. We have again 1 of 7 over here. We have 1 of 4 over here, and glued 2 sideways on this one. So like this. So this is already 1. We have a loose 1 of 7. And we have 7 glued with a double block at the ending. So now we're going to go for 6 blocks. Oh, this is already in half block. This is not what we need. 3, 4, 5, 6. We're going to make 6 in a row. And this is 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And 6 is the closure up again. Squeeze it, press it together, and let it rest in for a couple of minutes. We're going to take 5 blocks, and don't worry, we are almost there. and 5. And this is so easy to make. You see already how easy is this. 1, 2, 3, 4, and number 5 is the closure up, and this way. And we now only need one of 2. Of course, we need to wipe away the glue also. Very easy. Wipe away, and this way. And again, redo it. Make sure that you have a nice straight line. Take your time for it because it looks much better afterwards. So, and the 2 blocks. And then we have all the parts we need for the middle piece. And we're going to glue this together. Squeeze it. Make a straight line. And we're going to wipe away the glue we don't need. And now we're going to let all the parts, if everything is correctly, you have 6 parts now because we already glued this 2 over here and this one over here. So we have 6 pieces loose. Now we get the piece of 5, get the piece of 2. We do some glue on the underside of the 2 and you see we glue them just next to each other. We're going to do some glue over here and we place it on the top of this one, but at the ending. This way, squeeze it and wipe away the glue you don't need, like this, and let it dry in. So we already have one piece already on this side, you see, this way. Now we're going to get this one, of course, and we have the piece of 7, and the piece of 7 with 2 blocks on top of here. We're going to do some glue on the underside over here. This way, and we're going to place it straight up and we're going to lay this against here like this, and we're going to give it a little bit of pressure and we're going to let this dry in also. So I took again our side pieces and this is already one side. What we're going to do, you have, if everything is correctly, you still have 4 pieces over here. This is already with the 2 blocker. This is already with the 2 and the 7 on top. 7 over here. What we're going to do, because this is not totally dry yet, so I'm going to give it a couple of minutes rest, because I see already when I want to get it off my table, it's still a little bit sticky. So I give it a couple of minutes, but for you it is not even a second. In my head, I was placing them over here and I thought this is much too small for this piece because this has to be the roof. I think this is not correctly. I think I have 4 pieces and the 4 pieces are right, but only the last blocks, this one, supposed to be on top of here and not next to here. So I have to get it off this way, and of course I have to get this one off Of course, it is already dried in a little bit. How difficult it is sometimes to show to you how it is really done. But of course, we are going to get it off one way or the other. We will get it off. And yes, I got it off. So the piece of 4 don't need to glue on the side, but they must glue it on top. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to do some glue on this side and I'm going to place it on the top and not on the side, and I do with this block the same, and I'm going to let it dry. So don't make the mistake like I do. They need to be glued on the top and not on the side. So I give it a little moment before we go pack everything together, and you see this is how he's looking, he's supposed to look like. So not on the side but on the top. So then you see already the roof is fitting very nicely. This way he does, but normally he wouldn't. What I'm going to do, I'm going to do some glue from this side until this side over here, because this one needs to fit inside of here on the corners. So of course, I can also turn it over and do some glue on this side. That's also an option, but do it the way you think it's working the best for you, because I can tell you how you must glue it. That's something you have to do for yourself. Of course, I have to turn it over, but of course he's still not totally dried up, so we're going to do our best. And this way we're going to place it on the side and on this side over here, and give it a little bit of pressure so it can attach to the side panel and this way, and give it a little bit of pressure over here. And what we're going to do with the roof the same. We just do some glue on this side, on this side, and on this side, and we're going to place it over here. And again, give it a little moment to get settled on top of your frame, this way, because always wood glue needs to have a little time to settle in. And this way, I have to look for that I don't have pieces which is sticking out, because that's not what we want. We're going to get this part, and this part has to be over here. But first what I'm going to do is place this one over here. So I'm going to do some on this side. On this side, this is the part of 6, and on the underside, over here, and we're going to place it over here again. And of course we are going to do some glue on this side, and on, I have to look for this side over here, and I'm going to place this one also against here. And we really need to go a little bit this way and this way. Of course, work with it and find the place you need. Of course, I need to work with mine and give it a little time to rest in. And then we're going to place the other panel on top. So I glued mine together, but if you are watching correctly, you see already I have here a piece open, which is too short. And you see probably also what I did do wrong. I was measuring out on my table earlier already before I did this DIY to look for if everything is fitting. I placed this one because I thought this is too short, so I placed this one on the side to get it fitting. But of course you see already I should have done that, because if I place this one just in the opposite direction, he would be perfectly over here. So always I show you the mistake also, so you don't have to make this. I did it totally wrong. It is so easy to do. It is just 6 of this, it is 5 of this, it is 2 of this, it is 4 on the top glued 2 together. You do 8 over here, and you do 8 over here, and you don't have this piece. You just do 8 blocks on this way, 8 over here, and like I said, 4 on the tops, 2, and of course 5 and 6, and then you have it totally fitting. He is so easy to make, and I even messed it up. I don't know why I did this, because when I figured out it did work in my head, but it didn't work right now. Of course, I already get my jigsaw and I took away a piece of the block, and now I'm going to get it inside. So it's no problem. I'm just going to work with it. It is no problem, but you don't have to make the mistake. So I'm going to glue this in, and of course then we're going to glue the other side on top of here. So I'm going to do a little bit of glue in here, and of course I also could have done and don't show you, but I like honesty, because I like also to show you that if it does go wrong, you have to be honest that it really did go wrong. I'm just an amateur, like a lot of you here are, so we are going to do our best, and more we can't do. So you don't have to make the same mistake like I do. So again, wipe away the glue, and now he's perfectly fitting inside. So this is no problem. As I always say, watch first before you're going to make your DIY, and then you can do it in one piece. So, and you see already, I showed you. He is now totally closed, but I don't need this one. But I'm really mad at myself for doing this. But of course, now I'm going to do some glue around. Very easy, over here, and we go this side and this way, over here, oh, of course, this way, and around here, and under here. And now we can easily place this one on top. And make sure that he is fitting everywhere before you let it dry in. I have to go down a little over here. And he is really fitting perfectly. So I'm going to remove the glue and then we're going to let it dry in like this. And what we're going to do, I'm going to get my 4 pieces of 3 and we're going to make some wheels. So I place my front piece over here. I'm going to get my 4 pieces. I was measuring out and I saw that the top of my hot glue has the size I need for my wheel. So I'm going to place it on here exactly in the middle. And we're going to go over it, my marker. And we're going to make nice round wheels so I can cut them out with my jigsaw. So very easy. I take my time for it and you see this is already 1 round and I'm going to do all 4 of them. So you see this is already the base of our train. I have here my 4 wheels which we are going to saw later. What I'm going to do, I have some piece of dowel and I think you can have them laying around. A lot of people have them. What I'm going to do, I did measure out the front of my thing and I'm going to cut it off. So I'm going to do on the underside 1 piece of dowel, just laying it against the train. And I'm going to do on the back side, I'm going to get a piece of dowel and I'm going to glue 1 on this side and I'm going to glue 1 on this side. So very easy, just 2 on this side and you can do 1 smaller one on this side and I'm going to glue them on top of here. So this one is, of course I did cut it off at the size I need. What I'm going to do, very easy, we do some wood glue on the underside, a very thin line over here and this way, and we're just going to lay our piece exactly over here in the middle and we're going to let it rest for a couple of minutes and then we're going to do the back side. So I was looking, but I think I like a second one a little bit higher also. So I'm going to make another line of glue, very easy under it, over here, and I'm going to place my second piece also on top of here. So because I really like how it's looking like. So again, I'm give it some time to dry. In the meantime, while this is drying, of course, I'm going to take my 4 rounds and I'm going to make wheels out of it. So I have here my 4 wheels. We are going to glue in a moment, but first I'm going to get the piece of a dowel and I'm measured out the size. On this side we have 2 on here and of course I want to have 1 over here, but you see he's a little bit too short. What I'm going to do, I'm going to get a wooden piece like this, but if you have a little bead, it's also fine. So I did cut off the top and I have now over 1 little bead without the openings, the holes inside. So I'm going to do on both of them because both of them are a little too short and I don't like it if it is too short. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to glue a little ball like this. Of course, I'm going to do some glue on the top over here and I'm laying down my little bead and this way, and I'm going to let it dry this way. I'm just going to lay it inside and of course place it on here until it can rest, and I hope it will stand up right, but of course probably he will fall down. Most of the time it is with me, so don't worry about it. So I'm going to do a drop of glue also over here, and that's what I mean. I should told you he will fall down, and he does. And of course I'm going to do this one and I'm going to place it maybe inside of here, then he can fall down anymore. So over here, and I'm going to glue this one again on top of here. So very easy. That's the great about wood glue, you still can use it very easy, and later everything will be painted in the gold color, so don't worry about it. So I'm going to give it a little moment of rest on this side, and then we're going to glue the wheels. So I place my the pieces which are coming here, I place them aside because or else I can go further and I want to glue my wheels. Of course, the wheels are very easy right now because you have 3 blocks and I want to place them halfway in the middle block, so you can easily measure it out and place them where you want to have them. So very easy, do some glue over here and you're going to place them in the half of your block, and this way. And we're going to do here the same. Look for if everything is a little bit measured out the same. Then you're going to do some glue on the top, a little bit more because it has to stand on its own later. And again, I'm going to measure out and try to have it on the same length like we have with the other one. Very easy, and like this. And we give it a couple of minutes, then we're going to turn it over and do the other side. So now I'm going to turn over my train. Of course, I'm going to lay 2 loose blocks over here because that's the thickness of this block. So I can very easy turn it over and place it on top of here, so I don't have that he is still wobbling over, and now he still stays on place. Now I'm going to get my other 2 and I'm going to also measure out with this 2 where I want to have exactly my blocks over here, and I'm going to do some glue on the top, again the same like I did with the other 2 on the other side, and again place them over here in the half of the block. And I'm going to do the same with this one over here, and you wipe away later the glue you don't need, because or else you get so much glue on the side and that's not what you want. So I'm going to let this dry in. So, and here you see already with the wheels and the front, and what I'm going to do, I have over here, I have a piece, this was on top of each other, but I did saw it off and now I only have this part. Later I will use this on the back side. So I'm going to place some glue on top of here, and I use it as the top where the steam normally comes out. So I'm going to place this on the front. Of course, you don't have to do it if you don't like it. You don't have to glue it on top. Of course, I have to look that I have it in the middle. So I'm going to let this dry in, and then I'm going to glue on the back side my 2 little pieces of dowel with my bead on top. So very easy on the back side. And then we're going to go further with our little wagon. So I place them on the top of his nose, and I'm just going to do some glue over here because we don't want to use too much glue for it. And we do a little over here, and we're going to place our dowel over here. And very easy, just measure out that you have it exactly on the underside and lay it inside. Very easy this way. And you're going to lay this one on this side. Also at the ending, totally straight with the bottom of your train, this way and this way. And we're going to let this dry in. And now we're going to go further with our wagon, because the train is right now ready to paint, of course, but we give it a couple of hours to dry. But we are going to work on our wagon. So you see already the little front of the train is finished. What we're going to make a little wagon behind it, because it's not complete without the wagon. The wagon needs, of course, wheels, and we're going to make again our wheels so they can dry already. 3, 3, and 3, and again 3 blocks, because we need 4 wheels, and we're going to make them already now so they can dry in before we're going to cut them in a round. Again, number 1, number 2, and squeeze it together. We're going to do again 1, 2, and number 3 is the closure up again. Here the same, number 1, number 2, and you're going to place them in the last, number 1 and number 2. And again, make sure you have them in a straight line like this. Squeeze it and press it down. Squeeze it and press it down, and we do here the same. Squeeze it and press it down, and give it a couple of minutes to rest. So you see here our wheels are drying because they need to be very dry before we're going to cut them, the same like we did with the train. We have number 4 and number 5, number 6, number 7, number 8 and number 9. So we're going to get 9 blocks in a row. We're going to do the sides again. We're going to do 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, and number 6, and number 7 and 8. And number 9 is the closure up again. Squeeze it and make sure that you have a nice straight line again, like this. And we're going to place it aside. And we are going to wipe away the glue we don't need over here. And again, make sure that you have a nice line. So, and we're going to make another one of 9, but I do it a little bit faster. So what we're going to do right now we have the first part of the side panels, 2 of 9, and we are going to again 9 pieces, because we're going to make the bottom 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So again, we're going to do the bottom the same, also 9 blocks. And we're going to make the second layer of the sides, we're going to do a little different because it has to be a wagon. So this will be the bottom part. And again, number 8, and the last number 9 is again the closure up again. And we're going to do the same like we did with the other 2 of 9. Get your wet towel, wipe it away, and make a nice straight line again. And this is already 1. We're going to place this one over here and make sure, place it again this way, and wipe away the glue. Now we're going to take the 2 pieces of a 9, and we're going to take this one. We're going to get 3 blocks and we're going to glue them together. Very easy, on the top and on the top over here. And again, squeeze it. And we're going to do again 3 blocks. This way and this way. We glue it on the tops and on this top. And again, roll them together like one piece. Again, we're going to wipe away the glue we don't need. This way, and we're going to do it over here. And we're going to give it a couple of minutes a rest. So in the meantime, while these 2 are drying, we're going to get 4 blocks. This way, we're going to have our piece of 9 from one of the sides. We're going to do some glue on the top over here. And we're going to glue this over here on this part. We do it this one the same. Oh, there's a little bit too much, and we're going to place this one over here and this one over here. Squeeze it and make sure that you have a straight line on top of here and over here. Now we're going to place these 2 in between a little bit over here, so we have the same measurements in between. I think a little over here, and this one also in here. So we do some on the tops, and we place this one over here and this one over here. And of course you can change it up any way you like. You don't have to do it the way I do. And this, and over here. I think you need a little bit sideways like this. So we're going to give it a couple of minutes rest so it can attach each other like this. Now we get this part. We're going to do some glue over here, a little over here, and of course we have to measure out. And then the best thing what you can do, place it over here. You do some glue on this side, a little drop and a little drop over here, and then we're going to place it down, and we're going to put it on top of each other this way and squeeze it and press it together, and make sure that you have a nice line. Again, wipe away the glue, and we could have already first side of our wagon, and this is number 1. So we're going to place this apart, place this aside, and this can rest. We're going to take the second one. We're going to get 4 blocks again, 4 loose blocks. We're going to do the same, a little on the top, and of course we also can do it this way and then place it down is also fine, because now you can do it a little bit faster. And this way we're going to do over here and over here, and we're going to place it over here, and this one on this side, on this side, and again look for where you want to have it this way. And then we're going to place this one, of course also this has to be squeezed together, squeeze it together this way, and we're going to place this one on top, and again squeeze everything. And now you already have the second one of the side of your wagon. So we have our bottom, we have of course our wheels, we have the 2 sides over here. Now we need the front side and the back side of the wagon. We're going to take 6 blocks like this. We're going to row them together, and this way 3 and number 4 and number 5. Number 6 is here the closure up, squeeze it, and because it's a little bit higher than 6 blocks, we are going to do 1 block, and we're going to do on the side, so not flat, but on the side we're going to do some glue, and we're going to place it straight up on here. So very easy, place it over here. It looks a little strange, but later you will see that this is how we get it in the straight line on top, or else we have an opening and we don't want an opening. So this is already a number 1 of the sides, and again make sure everything is sticking together. And of course I have to be careful that not my front is falling apart. 3, 4, 5 and last of a 6. So we need this 6, and we're going to glue them together again. This is 1, this is 2, this is 3, and number 4 and number 5. Again, squeeze it together, make sure that you have a straight line. And we're going to get another block, and we're going to do on the side some glue over here, oh, a little bit more, and we're going to place it on this side, and we make sure that we squeeze it and press it together in a straight line again. And we can wipe away the glue we don't need, and we're going to give this a couple of minutes before we build everything together. So we are going to build our wagon together. We're going to take the bottom of 9 blocks. We're going to get the sides we just made. What we're going to do, we do a little bit of glue on this side, on the ending over here, and a little on the ending over here. And we're going to place very easy this one on this side, and be sure that you squeeze it and press it down, and make sure that you have it in a nice straight line again. And we're going to do for this side the same, and of course our half block is in the inside of our wagon, so again squeeze it and wipe away the glue you don't need like this. We're going to squeeze it, and we're going to look for a straight line over here, and we're going to give it a couple of minutes. So we gave all the parts a couple of minutes to dry. What I'm going to do, I'm going to get one of the sides, and I'm going to glue some glue over here on this side, on the underside over here, and I'm going to go up again until here. And if everything is correctly, he's not totally fitting on the top, because one block is always a little bit longer, but we're going to find a solution for. We're going to place this on top of here and give it a little bit of pressure over here, and we're going to look for that we get it as straight as we can. And again, bend it out a little, because that's the great thing about wood glue. You still can redo it again over here, and make sure that you wipe away the glue you don't need. Just take a little bit of your time, but it will work at the end very nice if you take your time. Make sure that everything is fitting over here and over here, and give it a little bit of pressure also over here. Give it some pressure over here, and then like this, and again. And now what we're going to do, we're going to do some glue on this side, over here, and around here, and to the top. And make sure that you have each block. Yeah, and now we're going to do the last part, and we're going to place it on top of here. Let it fall down, give it a little bit of pressure already. Also over here, and then work with your fingers so you get a nice, also on the side, a straight line. And then again, give it some pressure. And this way. And now we're going to let this dry in at least for a half hour. So we're going to place this our wagon straight up, and you see already, if I will show it to you correctly, you see the front and the back side are a little bit higher. I don't like that because I want that the sides are even a little bit higher. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get 3 blocks, because we need to have a little bit of a high-end look. So we don't like that the sides are long, of the front and the back side are longer. So we're going to squeeze it, press it together. We're going to get 3 blocks again. Make sure that these blocks are even, because you don't want blocks that are not even for the ending of the wagon. So again, squeeze it and press together. Wipe away the glue you don't need. Also over here, and then give it a couple of minutes, and then we're going to glue it on this side and on this side. And then we only need the wheels and spray painting, and I'm finished. And of course you can decorate it any way you like. So we're going to do some glue at the side over here, very easy. Just make a nice straight line. We're going to place this one on top over here. So make sure that you have it in place. Give it a little bit of pressure, and that everything on the side is in a straight line. We're going to turn this over, and we're going to do also over here a nice line of glue again. And oop, you see already. And I have to wipe off, before I'm going to glue it, I have to wipe away the inside of this glue, because or else there is no room almost more for it. Of course you can do it with your brush, and again wipe it away. And now we're going to get this one on top of here also, and again a straight line. Give it a little bit of pressure over here. And now we have also a high-end look on the sides, and we're going to give this some at least a half hours to dry, and we're going to build our little wheels again. So we have our 4 pieces of 3 again, and we're going to get the lid of course you can use something else, but I use my lid because he's perfectly falling inside of my square. And I'm going to give it again some nice rounding with my pencil over here, and I'm going to get to the garage and going to jigsaw them out again. So very easy, like this. And you see, this is already a nice first round. I'm going to do all 4 of them, and I'm going to saw them out. So of course, before I'm going to go in my garage and saw the wheels, of course I'm going to do on the back side. I measure out 1, 2, 3, and I'm going to do on the underline of the third one, I'm going to glue a loose block. So very easy. I'm going to place it over here, do some glue, because they had to be connected. And I always do as much as I can with my tumbling tower blocks. Of course, you can use some little hooks to connect them together, but I'm going to try to do them with my blocks. So I'm going to glue 1 block over here in the middle of our train, like this, over here. And you can easily measure out for your wagon, because you still don't have the wheels. You just do, this is 3 blocks, and 3 blocks is just as high as 1 on the side. So if I would then do on the same side, I just only need to measure out it, but you can't have them on the same. They need to go a little bit lower than 1 block. So I'm going to get another block as my measurement. So I'm going to do 2 blocks over here, and I'm going to place this one in the middle. And then what I'm going to do is glue 1 of the blocks, only the under one, a little glue, I'm going to measure out and I'm going to place it over here, a little lower this way, and I'm going to make sure that I have it in a straight line. And now I'm going to get away this block, and if everything is correctly, he has to he has to work that everything, this one goes over this one, but we will see if this will work or not. And if it doesn't work, don't try it. So I'm just going to use this, like I said, I used this as a little measurement. So I hope that everything is, when it's connected, everything this goes this way on top of each other. But we will see if I am right or not. So I have here my 4 wheels again, and we are going to do the same like we did with, of course, the train. I'm going to get a wheel, and because it is 3 blocks, you can easily find the middle of the middle block, and you can easily glue it over here, and you do this one, of course, also halfway over here. So it's do some glue on the top, and of course this one you can even see better. If you choose this one, you can even look that it is already it's much better to see. So do some glue over here on the top, and we're going to place it halfway the middle block. Just go to look, and you still can redo it. We're going to do this one. Of course, this one is also very nice to see. So again, do some glue on this one, and we're going to place it also halfway. And you can place your wheels everywhere you want, and get your ruler and make sure that you place it over here, that you have both of the wheels on at the same height. So again, but it still needs to settle a little bit, and then you can get your ruler and you still can move it around. That's the great thing about wood glue. So I have my 4 wheels on our wagon. Of course, what I'm going to do, I'm going to use this piece, which is the piece I did cut off from this top of our train. And of course, I'm going to turn it over. I'm going to do some glue on here to give a nice also ending of a high look. Over here, we do some glue on here. And I'm going to place this one on top of here, because this one will be the top of this one, because this one will be under this piece of wood. If everything is correctly and I measured out right, it will fit. If it doesn't, don't do it. Just don't do it. This is just an experiment. I really have no idea how it will turn out. But if it turns out right, and and I'm going to spray paint mine, and you're going to maybe paint yours, it will look very nice, and you have a nice seasonal train. So now I'm going to go outside, and I'm going to give both of the wagon and the train, I'm going to give a spray paint. Like I said, I'm going to do it in the gold color, but choose anything you like. And here you see how our little train turned out. Of course, I am still debating if I give it a little bit of distressing with the black color. I don't know, but you see that in a moment when you see the quick impression, because decorated to everyone does it on his own. So I am really happy how he turned out. But of course, you can give it another color. Maybe you don't even like gold colored. So go ahead, give your imagination the free run, so we can do anything you like. So, and you see, like I said, a quick impression right now. So for today's DIY, we need, of course, our tumbling towel blocks, and we need the smaller blocks. Of course, we use a piece of tape, and this here in the Netherlands we call it duct tape. I don't know how you call it in other countries or in English, but duct tape is for English, but I don't know how you call it somewhere else. Of course, I use my wood glue. I have my little container with all my things I need, my brushes, markers, pencil, scissors, cutters, wire, and of course use a paint at your choice, or maybe some wax or something else. It doesn't matter. It's your DIY, so you can do with it what you want. So these are the main pieces we need for this DIY. What we're going to make is a little, I really have no idea. I have something in my head, but I don't know how it will turn out. Of course, you can use it for any season. That's only what already is fast standing. So we will see how this will turn out. We are going to start with our blocks with 2 blocks in a row. So very easy. We just get our glue. And of course, I use my wood glue, but you can use some hot glue. But be careful that your DIY is not falling apart, because I love working with my glue gun also. But yeah, sometimes it's very hard to get it steady. So, and it breaks very easy. So I hope, be careful with it if you use your glue gun. Of course, this is already a number 3. And I'm going to go for a lot of pieces. So I hope you have time. No, don't worry. I will do the rest a little bit faster. So this is already a number 4. And of course, number 5. And we are going to make this too for, yes, 30 pieces. So we're going to make 30 pieces of 2 pieces. So I will do it a little bit faster. And you see already all the pieces. We have 30 pieces of 2. What we're going to do, because we need to make a shape of a rectangle, if I am correctly. We in the Netherlands call it rechthoek. Rechthoek. So it's much different than you call it rectangle. So what we're going to do, we're going to roll them together this way, and we're going to turn them. Of course, I already looking that I don't get all the pieces on one mat. So I always have 2 mats with me. So I also have 1 extra under here, because we need to have them really glued together. So we have to make sure that we make our surface a little bit bigger, like this. And we're going to make a nice straight line. And even when you have your metal hook, it doesn't work, because the metal hook most of the time is not that big. So we're just going to take our time for it, and we make a nice straight line of our blocks, because that's what we need. We need to make another shape, but we don't want that everything is falling apart. So I'm going to take my time for it, make sure that my piece is in the shape I want. I don't want to have that something is coming out, at least not too much. You see already, if you look right, I already am very close to the straight line that I want, like this, and this a little bit higher, this one and this one over here, and this one needs to be a little bit closer, and this. So what I'm going to do now, we're going to get our tape, and of course I'm going to find the beginning. There's always a task to find the beginning, like this. And you see, this is kind of I don't know, yeah, we call it, it's very sticky. It really sticks very well. So I'm going to place 2 pieces on top of here. So I have to do it carefully, that nothing is going to shovel, but at least going to each other. So I'm going to pull this out. I'm sorry for the noise. And I'm going to look for that I have the shape that I want. I hope I have the length, and you can easily rip it apart. And I'm going to get, and I hope I have the measurement I need, and I'm going to place it a little bit over here. Be careful, lay it down, and just don't move anything, I always say, and very carefully go with your fingers over it, so everything will stick right. And if one is already sticking, then it doesn't, then nothing can go wrong. At least not too much can go wrong, because you already have one layer over here. So now we get the second layer. I'm sorry again for the noise, so close your ears. I have to measure out where I need to have it, and this way. And again, the second, oh, you see already, I am already stuck to my own piece. And this is also DIYing, things that go wrong. And we do a little bit of overlay over the other one. So be careful over here, and we're going to place it down. Very easy. And this way. And now we're going to work with our hands to give it a little bit of the warmth of your hands, because then the glue is sticking very well on top of your blocks, because we need to work with it later. So we give it a little bit of time, because especially mine is from the garage, so he is very cold. So I'm going to place it over here, and I'm going to give it a little moment rest. So I give it a little moment, and we can take it up, and you see you can change it in any shape you like. You can do some rounds, you can do anything you like. We're going to place this aside, and what we're going to do, of course, I'm going to do this mat again under my other mat, and I'm going to get my blocks over here. It's a little bit of chaos. You see, and what we're going to do, we're going to make 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14. If everything correct, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14. Yes, we have 14 pieces, and we're going to glue them on the side. So very easy. And this, and place already the other one against the one which has glue, because then your glue is not running completely on your table. And this way, and this way, and I try to do it as fast as I can, but most of the time when my camera is running, it doesn't go as fast as I want it to be. So, and this way, but I do nothing in front of already in how you call it. I don't do my DIYs already before I know. I do it just out of my head. I really have no idea how things will turn out. I always love that the most. And besides, I can make mistakes, and you don't have to make the mistakes. So that's always the great thing if I try it already for you. And you see also the mistakes, because in DIYing, there goes a lot of things are going wrong. And that's okay. That's fine. You have to work with it. Of course, wipe away. I didn't tell you I always have my wet towel, my old towel here, so I can wipe away the glue. This is already row number 1, and we are going to need 3 rows of 14, but we do it a little bit faster. And here you see we have our 3 rows of 14. I'm going to do very carefully this one on the side, and of course this one on the side. If it does fall apart, don't worry. It just can happen because it is wood glue, and wood glue is it gets his sturdiness after a couple of hours. So, and we work a little bit faster than that. So don't worry, you can easily put it together again. So that's the great thing about wood glue. So don't let it discourage you, because it's very easy to get it together again. We're going to place this one over here and this one over here, and we're going to squeeze all of them together. And that's what you can do with wood glue. You still can readjust it and make it fitting to each other again, and this way. And we're going to give it a little bit of pressure, and now we're going to let this dry. In the meantime, while we give this a couple of minutes to dry, we are going to make a border around it, because I want to have it double up. At least I have to give it a look, a high-end look, for that it is much thicker than this, because this is only 1 block height, so we don't like that. So, but I don't want to give 3 times 14 pieces is 28 42 pieces again. So I'm not going to do that because that's really a waste of your block. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to make a border around it. And I'm going to take 2 pieces of 3 because you see here already 1, 2, 3. So we're going to do 3 pieces together and this one also. And we do this 2 times because we have 2 sides. This is already number 1. We're going to do a second one of 3 for the other side and this one. And then we're going to make 2 of 5, but the number 5 you only need a little piece from because you don't need the whole block. So you need 4 pieces and then you glue a little piece like this. I measured it out and you need only, I already cut it out. You see, this is the little piece you only need for the in between. And if you use the smaller blocks, you probably you need the same size like I have. So just lay it on your table, lay the 3 over here and lay the 4 pieces over here and the other 3 over here. And then you easily can see how much you need in between this way and this way. So you only need a little piece. So you can cut it out with your hand saw. So it's very easy to do. So I'm going to use 4 pieces and a little small piece. But you can just take a pencil and measure it out from block number 5. So easy to do. And we can do it smaller, but then the side wouldn't look that great. So very easy. We're going to place it together like this. And we're going to press it. And we're going to take another 4 blocks. And number 5, a little small one. Like this. And that's why you don't even need a jigsaw. You easily can do it with your hand saw. It's very easy to do. And for a jigsaw, if everyone doesn't know yet, a jigsaw from the Lidl, I always used that one, and he is very friendly for, yeah, I don't want to like to say from women friendly, because I think everything supposed to be for everyone. So, but it's very nice to work with. It's not very heavy. So, and I have problems with my hand, and I can even use it. So I'm going to let this rest for a couple of minutes, and then we're going to make our border. So now we have our pieces together. We let it dry a couple of minutes. Maybe don't take a rest, do a half hour. I'm going to get one of the 3. I'm going to do on the underside some glue over here, like this, and on the sides over here, and on this side a little glue, and we're going to place it on the ending of this one. So very easy. Now we're going to take one of the piece we just made, and he will look like this. You have 4 whole pieces and a little one. We're going to do some glue on the underside very carefully over here, and we're going to place this one over here on the ending also, because it has to look like a border. We're going to do with this one the same, some glue on the underside. I have to look that I have it right, and this way do some glue, and we're going to place this one also on this side at the ending again. And now we need this one, and we need some glue on the underside with this one, and of course on the sides over here a little and a little over here, and we're going to place it against here. So very easy, and just squeeze everything in the shape you want to have it, and make sure that you have it on the ending, because it needs to look like a border. So try to get it with your fingers where you want to have it, and this way. And I'm going to let it rest for a couple of minutes, because we need to give it a little time to settle. So we gave it a couple of minutes, and I'm going to get my smaller brush. Very easy, and because you see already on the inside a lot of glue, and of course you don't see it because we're going to turn it over. But I always say if you do it, also do the underside, because then you get a more nicer high-end look. So in the corners, and make sure that everything is very smooth, also on the sides, on this side and on this side. And then we're going to give it at least a half hour. So in the meantime, while this is drying, we're also going to get our roll of our blocks. And what we're going to do, we are going to do some glue on one side, on this side, and we glue this side together. So very easy. We're going to place this one on the side, and we're going to glue this one on top of each other, because these two can really connect, because they will be in the middle. So then you can, if you have it in a rounding, it's a little bit more difficult, but when you have it on the middle of the side, so like this, then you can glue it, because you don't see it that it is stick together. So we're going to give this some time to rest. So I gave it at least a half hour. I'm going to turn over my little stand where you can stand on, bottom, just how you call it. And I'm going to use my frame. Of course, what I'm going to do, I'm going to turn it over. I'm going to get some glue on the underside. So we're just going to very easy do some glue. Oh, you see already the glue is coming out, but this is not the glue I want. So I'm going to do some glue on the lines over here, and we go around and make sure that we have everything with some glue. And light it, because we have to be sure that everything glues very nice. So we are going to take it up, and of course we're going to turn it over, and we already give it a little bit the shape we want to have it over here. And now we can work with it in the shape you want. Of course, you can make also a round. You can do whatever you think it's right. I'm going to go for like a little bit like this shape. Of course, be sure that you have everything as wide as you want to have it, because or else everything is already glued together and that's not what you want. And this way, I think I'm already almost there in the shape I like. I have it on this side, equal on this side. So I keep it in this shape, but do the shape what you want. I'm going to get now a little piece of board. I'm going to place it on top of here, and I'm going to place paint cans on top of it. So I am sure that everything is sticking on top of each other, and give it a half hour to rest. So, and this is how it looked like behind the scenes. This is what I mean. Just do a little board with some paint cans, and we're going to let it rest so it can dry very nicely on each side the same, or else it will be wobbly, and that's not what we want. In the meantime, while our piece is drying, of course, a planter, a box, we are going to make with 7 blocks, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We are going to make a long row. So this is 1, and number 2 this way, and number 3, number 4, number 5, and number 6, and number 7 is the closure up. And we make 1 long row, squeeze it, and make a straight line, and this way we're going to feel with our fingers, pressure again, and lay it aside and wipe away the glue we don't need. Of course, be careful, just go over it. It's more than enough, and we need a second one. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and very easy we do the same procedure like we did with the 1, and we only need 2 of 7, and this is number 2, and 3 again, and 4, and 5, and number 6 is the last with glue, and number 7 is the closure up again. And we're going to give it a little bit of pressure already, and we're going to make a nice straight line, feel with your fingers, and pressure again until this, and we're going to wipe away the glue, and we're going to place it aside, and we give it a couple of minutes to rest. In the meantime, while this is resting, we're going to make a little kind of squares. So I do them always very easy. So if you are here for a long time, you already know how to make this one. This is one. We do on the side and we place it against. So now we have our 6 little pieces of square. We are going to take this one, going to lay it over here. We're going to place this one aside because we're going to let this dry. What we're going to do with this one, we're going to do blocks in between. So very easy over here, and measure out where you want to have them. This must be closed like a frame, kind of a frame. We're going to place it in the middle and now look for if that will look nice or not. Or I don't know why every time I get this block and this one, but I think we need to shovel up a little bit down so it looks a little bit more even in the spaces in between, like this. And then you're going to close it up with this one. I think almost have the nice of the size I need, like this. So I keep it this way and I'm going to glue it together. So very easy. I'm going to get this block on both sides. I'm doing some glue on this one and I'm gluing this one together. This is already one. We're going to do this one on both sides. And we're going to place it not totally in. In the meantime, while this is drying, we're going to get our 3 pieces. We're going to lay them aside. And of course, I'm going to look if they are fitting very nice. They do. So what I'm going to do, I'm doing some glue on the middle over here. And some on the middle over here. And I'm going to place them against each other this way. And I turned the middle piece, I turned over. So I have here a smaller, I have here a smaller, and this one over here. So you see, just make it fitting. It doesn't matter how you glue it. I'm going to do the same. Look if everything will fit nicely together or not. Or maybe I need to turn it. And you see, if you turn it, it doesn't fit very nicely. I think this is a little bit better. So I'm going to go for this one. Again, do some glue, and we do some glue over here, and we're going to place them together this way, very carefully. Give it a little bit of pressure, and we're going to let this dry in. And our pieces are dried, and not totally dry, but of course they are dried in. I take my frame, I'm going to take my 2 side pieces, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to glue 3 blocks from the underside over here and on this side. 3 pieces I'm going to glue with wood glue. So again, over here, I'm going to turn it over and do the, of course, you don't need to go with your fingers in the glue like I do, because I was forgotten that the other one is dried, of course. And again, I have to wipe away the glue or else I'm totally under the glue, and do a little bit more over here because I already removed it. I'm going to lay 1 piece down. I have to look for this way. I'm going to place this in the middle over here, like this. Give it a little bit of pressure and make sure that you have it in the middle, and give it a little bit of time to dry in, so you can do the second piece on top. But we need a little moment to give it that he can settle for drying. So I'm going to give this a little moment. So now we're going to place this one down over here, and I'm going to get this one up. And if everything is correctly, if I keep it in place, I can turn it over, and we're going to place this one in the middle also. Be sure that you give it a little bit of pressure again, so everything will fit very nicely together. but it needs some time to dry in. So of course I take my time. Of course, I hope you take your time also, because that's DIYing. It takes a little bit of your time. So in the meantime, while our frame is drying, I'm going to paint already the little container, a planter. You can call it anything you like. It even looks like a swimming pool, but don't mind me. I'm going to give it a nice of the creamy color, and I do it especially also for you, that you can change up anything you like. You don't have to use this color. You can do anything you like. That's always what I try to do. Just use your imagination and make it the way you like it. So that's most of the time I leave it the neutral tones, especially that you can use your own imagination. You can change it up any way you like, because everyone has a different taste. So I'm going to do first the inside, because normally you don't see the inside, but I like also the inside, that everything is very nice and neatly painted. And of course over the tape is painting very easy. It goes very fast. So take your time for it, because your work will look much better if you take a little bit of the time for it. So go ahead, and I will do it a little bit faster. You see already on the side, this one is painted in totally, and of course I'm going to give this one also the creamy color, but you can do maybe this in a black color if you want to really pop it out of the container. So you can do anything. So I'm going to give it a very nice layer of my creamy color. So I'm going to do it this way, and also, of course, I will do this one also a little bit faster, or else this will take much too long for you. So you see, I painted also the piece we will place later inside. What I'm going to do, you see already the openings over here. This is not a really nice side. I did go to my stash and I got out some wooden pieces. This was supposed to be a little mushroom, but of course I always keep all the wooden pieces for a whole year round. So if you find them, just go ahead and make just a big bag with this kind of stoppers. But I'm going to place them later in on top of here, but first I'm going to paint this one also in the same color like we did all the pieces. So, and I'm going to let this dry also, but I like that everything is fitting together. So all the pieces are painted, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to turn around this one, very easy, and of course I'm going to give it some glue on the underside, and we're going to glue it inside of our box. Of course we do some glue over here like this, and over here, and a little in the middle. And now we're going to place it inside of here. Of course we will have to look that we have it in the middle like this. We're going to let it settle down for a little moment. So I did give it a moment to settle down. Now I'm going to get my end stoppers, and I'm going to, you also can use some doorknob to place it inside, because it's an opening, so you can easily do also a doorknob inside of here. But if you make it for the Easter season, you also can do maybe some bunny on top of here, or maybe for the, I don't know, for the Christmas season, you can do a little Christmas tree. So there are lots of options with this piece. You can do so many ways. So I'm going to place it in the middle like this. I have to be sure that I have it in the middle. I'm going to do this one the same to give it a nice finishing touch. And we're going to place this one also in the middle over here. And we're going to let this dry also the same like the whole box. And in a moment we are going to decorate the inside. So you see already, I place you a little bit closer so you can see inside what I do. What I'm going to do, I'm going to give it a little bit of an everyday decor, not totally for the Christmas, the Valentine or for the Easter. You can change it up. You can, like I said, you can fill it with Easter eggs, your Christmas balls. You can do anything. I'm just going to show you a little bit how the everyday decor is. I have on my table lots of greenery, and of course I'm going to start with this one. You see, this is just was also a big piece, and I use it now for little pieces. I'm going to start with this one. I'm going to place it inside. Very easy, you just work it in around as a kind of a filler. So this the way I think is a better word for it. I'm going to find here also another one, place this on this side. And you do even the loose pieces, we call it los. In the Netherlands we call it los, but of course everything can just fitting inside. There's no rhyme or reason how to do it. And this one on the back side, just squeeze it in, it doesn't matter. And just let it come out this way and everything. And make sure that of course the plastic endings are not really in the side. So now I have already a nice filling, a nice base. Now I have two pieces. You see here I have one big boxes garland, and of course I always rip them apart. I buy the garland because it's much cheaper, and I took away two of this kind of size. It's not really big, and I'm going to place one on this side. Very easy, squeeze it in to make a nice statement on the side, and I'm going to do on this side the same. Very easy, you can make this very easy on the spot, and you see already this is how it's looking like right now. Now we are going to get some other greenery. I think I'm going to for our eucalyptus leaves, and here in the Netherlands we call it eucalyptus blood, but of course we have to work a little bit with it. And always use two pieces on the front and two pieces on the back, and maybe also on the ending, but then you need 6, but at least 4 as much. You can just do them a little bit sideways, work a little with them and give them a little bit overlay down like this. And of course I'm going to do this one. This is a little bit too big, so I'm going to cut this one off, and I'm going to do this one on the back side as a filler inside. And I'm going to do this one also on the back side. So, and there's no rhyme or reason how I do it. I always start and I have no idea where it ends, so don't worry about it. I always say it will work fine. I think I'm going to this one. I cut off a little piece because he's a little bit too long for me. Just so you have 3 leaves, and we're going to place it in the middle, because we want to fill it up. And I'm going to do with this one the same. Just cut it off, and you have only this piece, and we're going to place this one in the middle, and we do this one a little bit more on the side over here. So now we already get a nice full little box. I have here some greenery, and I have this in a roll. It's wired. You see, this is the piece I have laying around like this. It's, you can buy them at AliExpress, you can buy them everywhere. They are so common, so everyone can get this kind of, and Temu probably also have them, or Amazon. What I'm going to do, because I want to go around my frame with a little piece of my this kind of garland, but I also want to let it come down out of my little container. So I make pieces, kind of a loops, and I'm going to cut off like this, and I'm going to turn them, twist the ending because it is wired, and you have a nice loop, and you just place it inside. We're going to do here the same. Just make a loop, very easy, like this, cut it off like this, and you're going to twist the endings. Very easy again, and I do 4 on each side, and of course 1 on this side. Over here I'm going to do another one, sorry if it takes a little bit too long of your time, but for everyone who enjoys to see how easy it is to make a little display, you don't need a lot of things for it. It's so cheap to do. And again, also make it more come to life. Just go over the leaves and make sure that you work with it, because you also need, when you do your Christmas tree, you fluff it, and this also with a kind of a garland. And this way I'm going to cut it off like this, and I'm going to twist the endings, and this way. So now we only need this one on the other side, and we're going to give it a nice rustic look, and we do this on this side. I really have no idea how the other side will look like, but we will see. And then you can use this garland maybe for letting it come out. You can go it for all the way on the top. I know you can't see this side, but later you will. Don't worry about it. And this one over here, so I have to twist this one, and I have to twist it under here, so like this. But you see in a moment how it's looking like. So now we already have a lot of greenery inside. Now I'm going to have my little bit kind of the yellow piece. This was also a big bundle I buy at AliExpress. And I always rip everything apart, so you can very easy work with it. So I'm going to cut off a little piece, and always the plastic endings, because it's not a nice sight to see when plastic endings are coming out. And always give them a little bit kind of push of maybe the leaves a little bit lower. Always work with it, because it gives a nicer look, and that's what we go for. We go for a little bit of a high-end look. And this way, this is a little bit of a bigger one, and we're going to place this one over here. And now we're going to do on the back side also. This is a bigger one, so we're going to cut off a little piece. And we have the bigger one over on this side. Now we're going to do it on this side, on the back side over here, on the other side, to give it a little bit of the same. And here we have the two again, the two we have over here. So, and then we do this one over here. I am so surprised how it will look on the other side, because I have no idea. We will see. And now I am going to use some berries. I have here the blueberries, but I also have the white berries, and I'm debating if you can do, of course, both of them. You can do only the, if you like more of a wintry scenery, you can do maybe white. You can do both. I think I'm going for both of them, so I'm going to twist them like this. And also this I buy on AliExpress, and they are, so you can find them anywhere, so don't worry about it. I'm the one piece over here. I'm going to get another white one and a blue one, of course, and I'm going to twist them together the same I did on this side. So we're going to make sure that we place it over here, kind of this way. And I have to go and get the leaves a little bit lower, so we can also see our stand. So this way. And now we're going to do the back side the same. Of course, I need some blueberry over here. And I have already one, and I have to twist this one around. And then I can also twist this one. And this has a little bit of a kind of a short ending. I don't know if I turned it. I think he is very short. So I'm just going to bend it with the blueberry one. So very easy, just go this way. And now I hope that if I place it here, that it looks very nice. This is blind decorating. So, and again, I have here a white one and the last of the blue. And I'm going to turn it and twist it. I'm going to do this one over here. And we're going to place this one also on this side over here. So, and what I also have right now, I also have kind of a bird, but you can choose anything, and you can place, if you like it, you can place the little bird on the side, and just that he is popping out of your display. Of course, I don't know if you even see the bird. No, you don't see the bird. No, you can see the bird. I'm so sorry. I didn't see that you didn't see the bird, but there you are again. So you can do a one on each side of a thing and then let the bird come out. And I have here a little bit of a wash pin, of cloth pin. I don't know how you call it. We call it wasknijper. So in Dutch is much different, wasknijper. And I think I'm going to glue it on this side and I'm going to do a little kind of a tag inside. Oh, you also don't see this one. Of course, I'm going to place you a little bit up this way. I'm going to place it on the side and I'm going to do a little tag inside so you can also have a little bit kind of a little sign over here. But you see in a moment the quick impression. What we will use for this DIY, we need of course our tumbling tower blocks, and I'm using again the smaller blocks. Of course I use a roll of tape. This will be an experiment because I need to make a round. So normally I use a ribbon and some glue, but I'm going to try to use some, here we call it duct tape. So I don't know how you call it, adhesive tape, if I could, maybe in English. At least I use the tape. Some paint at your choice. I use my wood glue. Of course, I have my little container with some scissors, some markers, some brushes, some pencils, everything I need, and some styrofoam balls. But you can use some wooden beads. It doesn't matter because we need a head. We are going to try to make a kind of a family, but a family you can use all year round. You can use it for the Valentine. You can use it for the Easter season. You can use it for anything. So we will see how this will turn out. I have no idea. I never made this kind of family. So we will see. I hope you are taking your tumbling tower blocks too and do this together with me. So we are going to start with the round of the bodies, of course. I almost forgot to tell you, I also have an old piece of kitchen towel which is wet to wipe away our glue. What we're going to do, we are going to start with 3 blocks and we're going to glue them on the top like this, and very easy, squeeze together, squeeze this one together, and make sure that everything is in a straight line, like I always say. And this is one, and we're going to get another of 3, very easy, and this one, and again roll them together in a straight line again, and also press them down so you are not having a kind of how you call it? Oh, you see, whoa. You see already, he was already gone. He was stuck to my to my towel. And you see, this is also DIYing. So again, wipe away, and of course I sit over, you see already. What is this? And you see, we're going to do again a little glue, and now we hope that he will stick together this way. Press it together, and now we're going to make sure that we don't stick, and we're going to place it over here, and we're going to get another of 3. So that's the great thing about wood glue. You so easy can redo it again, and it doesn't matter. And this way again, squeeze it, press it down. I'm going to make 10 pieces of 3, but I will do it a little bit faster. So I gave them a couple of minutes to dry in. I'm going to roll them this way together. I'm going to turn them over like this, and I'm going to make them in a straight line. Of course, you can use some metal hook for it, so you don't have to do it as difficult as I do. So, but I like it always this way. I'm just a little bit stubborn, so don't worry about it. Do whatever you think is right. Of course, we're going to make sure that at least the underside is kind of fitting. You see, this one is a little bit longer than the other ones, so I give it a little bit like this. And of course we are not going to glue it, we're just going to place it against each other And now I'm going to get my block. I'm going to make a little bit of a straight line. Like this. Of course, take your time for it. If you also don't have a metal hook. Oh, you see already, this one is already falling down. He is not into it today. Some blocks are, I don't know if the weather it is maybe too rainy. But my wood glue has difficulties adjusting to what I want. He doesn't want to do what I want to do. So I really have no idea. So I'm going to get my tape. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to make layers of tape over here instead of a ribbon. Normally you see a lot of DIYs also do ribbon. I did it also in a couple of DIYs, but I thought maybe it also can be done with tape if you don't have ribbon laying around for everyone. So I'm going to, very easy, I'm sorry for the noise, I'm going to measure out a little bit where I want to have my, I think over here. So, and I'm going to look for, if I don't have it too long, because you don't want to have it too long. So I'm going to start here under, over here, place it up. And very carefully, just place it over here. This is already one. What we're going to do with the second layer, of course, we're going to make an overlay, because we don't want that it is not sticking to each other. So we go for a small piece of overlay, not too much, but a small piece, like this. And it doesn't matter that this is a little bit shorter, so don't worry about it. I'm going to get my, I think, over here. And now I have to look if I have correctly or that I need to cut off a little piece. So all again, a little bit of overlay over here. Like this. So, and I'm going to press everything down very easy, and just make sure that if you do it with the warm hands, your glue on the back side of the sticky side of the back side of the tape will will stick better to your blocks. But I have really no idea if this will work or not. So, but sometimes you have to try things. So, and this is easy because everyone has tape laying around. And even when you don't have it, it's very cheap to buy. And ribbon is also, again, a little bit expensive. And you also need, again, extra glue. So we're going to go over it and give it a little bit of time to readjust to the wood. So I gave it a little bit time to, because he was out of my garage. So he was so cold. So I did let it readjust a little. So the sticky side can get warm up. What we're going to do, we're going to place it this way. And now we're going to look if we can make a round out of it. Oh, this is very easy. This is so much easier than the ribbon I used. So now I can very easily make a nice round. You see, I hope I can show it to you this way. Of course, this one also needs a little drying. So, like this. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to make a little square so he can stand on a stand. So I am really happy how the size is already. Like this. So, but before we're going to make the little stand where I can stand on, I have to make, of course, it is a family, we have to make more. So I'm going to start with 4 pieces of blocks together, like this. So we do, again, one on the top and on this side. Row them together and this one. And squeeze it and press it this way. Make sure also with, especially with 4 blocks, that you press them down, because you don't want to have that he is setting, here in the Netherlands we say ball, but I don't know how you call it in the English, but I will look it up. And again, we're going to get 4 blocks and we do it the same way again, like we did with the other one. We're going to some glue on this one, roll it together, and the third one, and of course number 4, is the closure up again. Squeeze it, press it, and wipe it. We can just sing it together. It's almost a song. So many times I sing it. So I'm going to do the rest a little bit faster, and we need 10 pieces again, also of 4. So again, we have our 10 rows of 4 and we're going to row them together this way. We're going to turn them around and we're going to make the same. Make a nice straight line like this, and so we can work our tape again. So very careful because it is not totally dry yet, so be careful that you don't. And of course, take your time for it, and maybe sometimes you can turn blocks around. So maybe this one is not totally the greatest, so maybe if I turn it this way, maybe here is fitting a little bit better. Like this, and of course also make sure, and this way, and this. And now I'm going to get my tape again, and very easy, we are going to do the same way we did with the other one. Again, we're going to measure out on the eye where I need to have it. I think over here. It needs a little bit longer than normal, because this is for no, that's not true. Of course, this is also 10 rows. I just thought it would be longer, but he's of course longer in the height and not in the vertical way, horizontal way. I make it very difficult for you. Don't worry, don't mind me. You just have 10 rows of 4. I just make it difficult. I'm going to go for this one. And again, we're going to place over a little piece. And this way. And we have a little, you see, a little small overlay, not too much. And this way. And we're going to do for the third row, I think we need 4. I hope I have it not too long. We will see. And again, a little overlay. Like this. And very carefully place it on top of here. Because the inside you won't see anymore later. So don't worry about it. And the last one. And this way. And we're going to place it also over here. And again, make sure with warm hands that you warm it up, and so the stickiness glues very nicely on top of your wood. So this way, and of course I give it this one also a little time and rubbing that everything sticks very nicely together. And especially because the glue of our wood glue is not totally dry yet. So I'm going to take it up and we're going to look if all the pieces are bending, because you need to bend everything in a round. And this way, and you see already how nice is he. He's so easy to work with. So we already have a big one, we have a smaller one, and now we only need a very small one. So this is very easy. We only need 2 blocks. So we're going to do 2 blocks together. A very easy. And of course, always the DIY is very easy. I make these mistakes for you, and you can easily make it in a better version than I have. And always give your own twist on it. That's always the greatest thing. And the last period we get so many beautiful pictures of DIYs. So, and we are so happy about it, because it's so nice to see that people get inspired to making cute little DIYs for themselves, for in their homes. That is so great to see, because that's why you do it. You do it for that everyone enjoys seeing it and making it with their own twist on it for in their own home. So that's always the greatest thing. So if you are liking it, you can send us a mail with your picture, because we would love it to see, because you make the better version than what we are making. So we just give the inspiration, and it is so nice to see that a lot of our friends are getting inspired But of course, everyone who only love to watch, it's also fun and to have you here, because we are having, and we are so blessed with our friends, because I hear also a lot of people who are a little bit disappointed, because sometimes people are not always very nice on YouTube. They get not very nice comments, and besides that people are commenting on my English, we have beautiful friends and always saying the most beautiful and kind things, so we are very blessed with that. So everyone who is here and sees this later or now, thank you for that, because you are really a true friend. Of course, everyone can have their opinion, but why do you have to be so rude on people when they are just showing you what they love? I don't understand why people are so rude on YouTube. I really don't understand it. I only need one of two, and then we already have our 10 pieces of 2. And this is already the last one, so we have again a row of 10. We are going to let it dry in for a little moment. So we are going to get the 10 pieces together, turn them around, and we're going to repeat the same. And like this, and I'm going to get my tape again, and I'm going to make sure that this one is a little bit higher, this way. You see this block is a little bit smaller, so we have to do with it. I'm going to get my tape, and I'm going to tape the same like I did with the other. I don't need a lot of tape because it's only 2 blocks. So very easy. This is already 1. I think I have 2 more than enough. So again, I'm going to look for, I think here, and give it also again a little overlay, not too much, but a little. And we're going to work with our fingers again until the glue is warmed up. So then we already have our little family. You don't believe it. You see this is not a family. No, this is not a family yet, but we already have their bodies already. So I'm going to work with it, and then we're going to make the a little plank where they are standing on. So I lay my 3 pieces aside over here. What I'm going to do, I'm going to get 4 blocks again. Oh, this is 4. And we're going to row them together the same like we did with the one of the people. And this is number 3 and number 4, and squeeze it and press it together. We're going to go over here, make the way that our glue is gone. Again, we make 4 pieces of 4, 4 pieces of 4, at least 4 pieces, and we're going to row them together this way, and again squeeze it, press them down, and again wipe away the glue, and this way we are going to make 9 in total, but a little faster. So we have our 9 pieces of 4, and we're going to place them very easy on the side like this, and of course like this, and this one, and we're going to make very straight lines over it with our glue. Make sure that you have each block, because we want to have a nice steady plank where they can stand on. Of course, there has to be a little bit more glue, and this way Of course, this takes a little bit of your time. I try to do it as fast as I can. So I hope you still be with me. Of course, number 7, number 8, and then we can glue them together. Very easy. Just place them aside and turn them over. Turn it over and roll them together. And this way. And the last one, and make sure that you have a nice straight line and squeeze them all together until one piece. And we're going to try to get a nice straight line. Of course, this way we have to press them together so we are sure that everything is sticking right. And this way, move them over, and we are going to work away our glue with, of course, our towel, because or else you get a plank full of with some glue, and that's not what we want. And of course, if there are spaces left open and you don't like it, you use some speckle and you fill up the little gaps. But I don't mind, because it gives also a little bit of structure to your piece. And most of the time, if you use paint, you don't even see the openings anymore. So I'm going to let this dry, and we're going to make a kind of a border around it, so it looks like he is double layers, but he is not double layers, or else you would use again 40 blocks, and that's a little bit pricey. So we're going to just go around with a little line. For the border, to give it the look like he's double layered, we are going to do 3 blocks. This way, also on the tops, and on this one. And this is already number 1. We're going to make a second one of 3, because he's for over here. And then we're going to make 2 of 4, but not totally 4, because it's a little bit smaller than 4 blocks. So you need to cut off a little piece. And this way we're going to, but I'm going to show you, of course, if you are placing here 1 block, this is what the one of the will be 3, and you place it over here, you see already that this is number 3 and number 4, but he's not totally, because you also have already 1 border over here. You see already you need 1 block, which you need to cut off a little piece. So get your marker, and this is the piece we need. Of course, I already did it. This is already 1. I need to make another one. So you need to make a little line which is fitting for inside of here, like this. And then you have it totally fitting, because or else it looks very strange. So we like a really high-end look for it. So it's take the time for it and just cut off a little piece. And this is so little piece, you can even do it very fast with a handsaw. I use my jigsaw, but you can also do it with a handsaw. So I have my 2 little pieces. Of course, I just cut off a little piece. We're going to get 3 blocks, and we glue them together. And number 2 and number 3, and then we're closing it up with the small and the little block. Squeeze it, press it together until 1 piece, and we're going to give it a little bit of rest. Oh, you see already it needs to glue, and I'm going to do here the same again. 3 blocks, and number 2 some glue, and number 3. And again, place them together, and place this one also at the ending, and we're going to give it a couple of minutes rest. So now we have our pieces we need. We're going to get our plank. We are going to place this one, of course, over here. You see already he's totally fitting. So we are doing some glue on the underside over here. And we do it on the little bit on the inside over here, and we're going to place it very easy on top of here, and make sure that you have it in the middle. Give it a little bit of pressure like this, And we're going to get a longer one, and we're going to make sure that we have it on the underside. Very easy, just place it over here in a straight line, and again give it a little bit of pressure, and this way. We're going to do for the other side the same. We do some glue on each block, and we're going to place this one, of course, against this one, and make sure that you have it also at the ending, and give it some pressure and feel with your fingers that you have it in a nice straight line, and that this is also getting in a straight line. And now the only thing what we need is, of course, closing it up with the underside, some glue over here, and we do some on here and some on here. And now we're going to turn it over. We're going to place it this way, and we're going to place it in like this, and we're going to give this also some pressure, and we're going to work a little bit with it until we have the shape we want to have, like this. And we're going to let this dry. So we're going to place this one aside to dry. Of course, what I'm going to do, I'm going to paint. We are going to paint, I'm going to start with painting this one in the white, the bigger one in the creamy, and the bigger size we are going to do in the brown. So we have an S, an M, and an L size. So very easy. I take my white chalk paint, and it is easy, very easy now to get inside of the opening. So if you paint it this way, it's so much easier before we're going to glue everything together. So I'm going to get my time, and of course, don't forget this side and of course the top side, because the inside you can paint it if you like it better. You also can paint a little bit the inside. You don't have to do it perfectly, but you can easily paint the inside. So I'm going to take my time for it, and I hope you take the color of your choice, of course, because this is just an inspiration. You see already the first one is painted. What I'm going to do, I'm also going to paint two loose blocks in the same color like I did this one. And you see later what we're going to do with it. But we're going to paint it in the same white color. And we're going to do this also with the other one. The other one will be in a brown. And of course, I'm still debating if I do the cream or maybe another color. But also with each one, you also paint two loose blocks in the same color. And then we're going to, you see later what we're going to do with it. I really have no idea if this will go or not, if it looks nice. So, but we see that in a moment. So again, this is already one block. I'm placing it on the, oh, you see already, I forgot totally one side of my block. And that's not what we want. And this, and now we're going to do the second one, very easy. This is chalk paint, but this chalk paint is so thin, so everything is running everywhere. So I hope you have thicker, and this is already the thicker kind, so that's not really good if it's only here or it is just the paint. I really have no idea, but I'm going to place this one, of course, also over here, and this is number 2. And now I'm going to take the other colors. So you see I did this one in the brown color, but also did two loose blocks in the brown color, the same like I did with this one. So now we're going to do the middle size. So you see already on the side are our 3 pieces we just colored. Of course, I have 2 styrofoam balls and a little smaller one. What I'm going to do, I use some little, you also can roast marshmallows with it. You just do somewhere in between, you do just this one. And you do also one in this one. And one in the smaller one. Of course, I have to find the opening because here is a little piece out. And I'm going to paint this one in the light of the little bit creamy white color. I show you in a moment, of course. I should have done the lid off already, so you could see it very fast. but I totally forgot. So this is the color. You see, it's creamy, and I also do the heads in the creamy color, but I also do our stand in this color on both sides, because I'm not going to know if I use it this way or I will use it this way. I think this way, but I'm going to paint them also in this cream color. I can start with this one. So you see already it's a little bit of white, but I am loving the color. So all the pieces are now painted. Of course, I'm going to take one of the rounds. What I'm going to do, of course, you can glue them this way together, but then you get on one side a flat look. I don't like that. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get, for temporary, I'm going to get a little piece of tape. You also use when you're going to paint your windows or something else. You can easily go beside it, and you can easily remove it without scratching the glue. So I'm going to make sure that I have a nice round, and I'm going to do this one on top of here, and I'm going to make a nice round. So, and then I'm going to glue them or stick them together with one simple tape. So like this. And I'm going to do, of course, the second one to be sure. And I'm going to do it over here. What I'm going to do, because we also painted the loose blocks, what I'm going to do, I'm going to use some loose block, and I think I have to debate if I am going to use, because I'm going to twist them around. I'm not going to do the white on the white. I'm going to twist all the colors around, so everyone has different color of arms. So I was debating with myself. I know it's it's strange, but I was debating with myself. I would mix them up, the colors, but I kept them next to it because I'm going to make a kind of arms, but I don't like it. I really don't like it. So I'm keeping it with the white. So I'm going to double it up. This is the back side. This one is open. So you have two here, the open sides. Then you have two loose blocks, and I'm going for this two. So very easy. You have four left open, which don't have anything. And I'm going to glue this on here. So I'm going to do some glue over here. And I'm going to, very easy, glue this one on top of here. I think I'm going to turn it over. This way, this one looks much nicer. So I'm going to go for this one. Of course, I can still paint a little bit with it, so I'm going to give it a little bit of pressure, and I'm going to do on this side the same. And I have to look for which one is the widest, and I'm going to glue this one on top of here, and again squeeze it and press it together and keep it in place for a little moment. And when everything is dried up, of course, I'm going to, you see already, I'm much too high. This is better. I think he's looking strange, but of course my eyes are old. So I have, of course, here the two pieces. Now I'm going to get some wooden beads. I have here this kind of wooden beads, and I am going to keep them this color, and I'm going to glue them under the ending of the block like this. You see that in a moment, but of course this needs to dry in a little moment. So I have one finished. Of course, I would that I had a bead which was one size smaller. He is almost a little too big, and if I do another layer of blocks, it will be much too thick. So I don't like it. So I have to deal with it, but I would that I have my beads a little bit smaller, because one size smaller would look nice. So I hope you have one size smaller. What I'm going to do, I'm going to get now the dark brown color, and again I'm going to get my tape, and I'm going to pull off a little piece, and I'm going to do the same like I did with the other one. Very easy, just place a little tape on the back side and also under it. Again, make sure that you have a nice shape in your round, because that works always much better. And I'm going to do it over here, a little bit of tape. And then we're going to glue also the arms for this one over here. We're going to turn it over. I'm going to do it on the back side. This is the opening. I'm going to leave this one open. I'm going to leave D2 open. D2, the D2, this two. We say D here in the Netherlands, but of course I mean this two again. And D will be open. This one will be with the blocks. Of course, we do some glue over here, and we're going to glue it on top of here, and make sure that you have a nice straight line, and don't do it too high that I did, so be careful where you glue it. And we're going to do the other side over here, and we're going to place this one. We have 4 open, and we're going to do it on this one. I have to be looking right, or else we have the glue on the wrong side of the paint, and we don't want that. So again, this one, and we're also going to glue these 2 beads under it, so because I don't have the smaller size. I hope you will. So now we're going to get our little blank, because I'm not going to use the inside, I'm going to use this side. What I'm going to do, I'm going to arrange my people, how you call it. I don't know how you want to call it. I'm going to arrange them on top of here, and then I'm going to glue them on here so I can remove the tape. So first I'm going to get, of course, the bigger one. I think I'm going to go for over here. We have the smaller one. I think this one, we need to this one over here. Now we have to make room for the smaller one. Of course, they all need to be together, and also a little space for, so just take your time for it, just arrange it the way you want to have it. This is my arrangement, but you can do anything, and later of course we will place the head on top, but first I have to make the shape there where I want to have it. So this is very easy, just take your time for it, and because that will work much better than you do it in a rush. So I'm going to get my wood glue, and I'm going to turn this one over, and I'm going to place it on top of here. So I place now 2 on here. I place one a little bit aside, this one a little bit the other side, and I'm going to do the smaller one in the middle. Of course, you still can redo it over here, and I'm going to look for if I like it this way, but you can decide for yourself because everyone's taste is different. So I'm going to turn this one, and I'm going to turn it over like this, and you saw me doing it already with the other ones. And again, some glue on each block, and over here, and this one, and this one. And now we're going to place it this side, and now I'm going to look for where I want to have it exactly. I give it a little bit of space over here and a little over here. So I think I'm going to go for this one, and I'm going to let this dry. And this is how mine turned out. What I'm going to do, because the heads are not totally dry yet, almost, but I'm going to did go find in my stash just a wooden heart, and it's from a banner. Took it apart, and of course you can use a piece of cardboard if you don't have it laying around, or maybe you can saw something with wood for yourself. But I'm going to get the red color, and I'm going to give it a nice red look. So, but you can maybe do it in some pink color, or maybe white. I give it a little bit of distress. It's not really red. The black is still coming through, so I like this way, but of course paint it any way you like, and I'm going to go for this look. So the little heart is almost dried up, and I took some Scrabble letters, the X and the O. So I'm going to do it because this you can use for any season, but of course Valentine is around the corner. Of course, I know it is, Christmas is still here, but for my DIYs, they're already a little bit ahead. So I hope at least you like a little bit of the early inspiration. So I'm going to do some glue on the back side of this one, and of course on this one. And I'm going to turn them over and I'm going to try to place them down together at the same time. Of course, I have to turn this one around. And of course, I'm totally under the glue. You see, you see already I am gluing myself. But so I'm so happy I always have my DIY clothes on, because or else it would be one big mess. So I'm going to place them over here, a little bit down and this way. And I'm going to give a little bit of pressure and make sure that we have them straight, because we don't want them in a crooked line like this. And I'm going to let this dry also. And here you see my styrofoam balls, and I didn't use the flat one. I did use the snowball ones, because I like the structure which is on top of here. Of course, you can use the flat one, of the smooth one, just how you call it. And I just took the snowballs. So if you have them, it's the season in the Dollar Tree or maybe somewhere else in your store, and you have the one which is a little bit of snow on top, I would grab them, and then you can use them also for DIYing, because I really love having this kind of balls. It gives a little bit more structure to your piece. What I'm going to do, I'm going to place them on top of here. I don't think I'm going to glue them, because or else it will be one big mess of glue, and he can very easily place on top of here. So you don't have to do it very difficult. You can easily place them on top. Of course, if you want to glue it, it is also fine. So I show it to you this way. And I'm going to do, of course, the last one on top of here, because he's a little bit smaller. And I am really happy how it is looking. Of course, I'm going to do some twine around it, and I'm going to place my heart. But you see in a moment the quick impression. See already, for this DIY we need the tumbler tile blocks, we need the small blocks. Of course, I have my little container. If you maybe have laying around a little bucket or maybe some tin piece of what you have left over, just do some pieces inside, and you always have it laying around. But maybe you are the lucky one who has a real nice craft room, so then you are having everything already by hand. But of course, I use it always in my container. I have some paint, and you can use some paint at your choice. I use my wood glue, and of course this is the brand. I don't know if this brand Patex, I think it's also in other countries, so I don't think it's only here, but it's for a much thing. But you also can use your hot glue, but be careful that your DIY is not falling apart, because it's a little bit more easier that it breaks. So, and we have our old piece of towel which is wet to wipe away the glue. So this is what we need and what we're going to make. You want to know what we're going to make. We are going to make some Valentine, 14 days Valentine countdown calendar, but of course with a twist. Normally you have them always horizontal, but I'm going to try to make one vertical. So we will see how this will turn out. So first we're going to make the bottom, and the bottom is very easy. You're going to get 6 blocks. And already I have 6 here. We do them on the side. We do some glue on the side. This is 1, number 2, and already roll them together so the glue doesn't fall on your mat. And number 5, and number 6 is the closure up again. Squeeze it and make a nice straight line. And if you want to use a metal hook, it's also fine. Just use a metal hook. I'm not an example for working working the greatest way about this, because a lot of you already said, why don't you use a metal hook? But most of the time I'm just stubborn. I have them in my garage, but I never use it. I always take my time for it to do it this way. And of course we are going to do 2 pieces and 2 pieces together like this. So we do on the tops a little glue, squeeze them together in a moment like this, and again give it some pressure, and we're going to give it a couple of minutes. 1 or 2 minutes is more than enough. So now we're going to do this one on the side. We do some glue, a little line with glue, and we do this one on the side and a little line of glue. Over here, we're going to place one against this one and the other one on the other side to make a nice little bottom. And be sure that you have it in a straight line like this. And now we're going, because I want to double it up, but I don't want to use all the blocks I need for this one, because we have to be careful with the blocks. Not everyone can find them. So we are going to do again 2 blocks and 2 blocks. So this is the first what we're going to do. This is 1, and we're going to do number 2. Squeeze them together this way, and we're going to do this one, and we're going to give also this one a couple of minutes. So now we have our 2 piece, and we're going just to do a 1 block. On this side a little glue, and on this side a little glue. Over here we're going to place it against this one, and we do here the same on here and on this side, and we're going to place it again over here, and we're going to place this one against here. So we have to be sure that everything is stick together very nicely. Of course I have to work with it because he's not totally straight yet. And we're going to place this one against it and then squeeze all of them together like a little, it's not almost a square, but it looks almost a square, but it's not totally. So we're going to let this dry in. So we are going to take this block and we are going to do on the lines over here a little glue, over here and over here. So very easy. And we're going to carefully place this one on top of here. And again, make sure that you have a nice straight line before you're going to press it down. And this way, and remove the glue on the sides. And on this side. And again, make your lines straight before you're really going to let it dry in. So I think I am very straight. So like this, we're going to give this a couple of minutes. Before I'm going to make my the rest of the little box I'm going to use as my countdown, Valentine countdown, I need first the blocks. And the blocks we are going to make, we're going to make 3 blocks like this. And I'm going to make 4 of them. And this is number 1. And we're going to do this 5 times. So this is 1. And this is again another one. This is another one. And this is another one. So we're going to very easy do some glue on the sides. And of course the third is always the closure up. We're going to do is this and this. And we're going to go do it over here. Number 2 and number 3. And we do it the last one. And 2 and 3. Again, squeeze them together. Squeeze. And this one. And this one. And this one. And we're going to give it a little, I think 1 minute, 2 minutes is more than enough. So we gave it a couple of minutes. We do now some glue over here. And we place this one very carefully on top of here. And again, you do some glue over here. Place this one very carefully. And you do this one. And you place this one on top. And the last over here. And we're going to place this one on top. And what we're going to do, we're going to place it on the side. Squeeze it. And make sure that you get a nice straight line. And again. And this way. And I'm going to, and now you have a nice, cute little, yeah, it looks more like a dice if I am correctly, but I think he looks very cute. But we are going to, I'm going to make 4 of them, but if you want to use it also for later, for in December, for the Christmas calendar countdown, then you make 5. But I'm going to make 4 of them, and then you will, later you will see what we're going to do with it. But I may make 4, but if you want to use it also later for the Christmas season, later you can also use 5 because you need more months than that. So we have already one is drying in. We're going to make the other 4 if you make 4, but you can, like I said, you can 5. And I told you you can use it for the Christmas tree, but of course, if you make the 5th one, you also can use it for your everyday decor, because then you can do all the month on top of there. So then you can use it all year round, not only for the Christmas, but you can use it for every day. So I'm going to do the last one, but of course I'm going to do it a little bit fast. So we have our 4 blocks, or maybe you have 5, and we have of course our bottom. We are going to go making the first layer. So we're going to get 3 blocks and we're going to glue them together. So easy, 1 and number 2, and again roll them together this way, the same like we did with the other one. And we're going to make 3 pieces of 3, again number 2, and on each other, and the last one, and again squeeze it together, squeeze this one together and this one, and we're going to wipe away the glue, because on this one we don't want glue. Over here, and again look for that you have it in a straight line every time. Check it out if it is still straight, and we're going to give this a couple of minutes. And of course I was dreaming, it is Monday for me, so it is not 3 pieces of 3, we need of course 4 pieces of 3. So sorry, you need 4 pieces of 3. We just make 1 extra like this, and we're going to let it rest also. From the first opening we have already the sides and the back side, but we also need again the top, and it will be the same almost like this one. So we're going to get 6 blocks like this, and we're going to glue them together again. And number 3, number 4, and number 5, and number 6 is the closure up. Squeeze it in a straight line again, and we're going to do 2 blocks and 2 blocks. Again on the top, only on the top, and squeeze them together, and squeeze this one also together, and this, and we're going to give it a couple of minutes rest. And over here we're going to lay both of them on the side, do some glue again over here, and over here, and we're going to place it down against here, and we're going to place this one again over here, and we're going to make sure that we have everything like this, and we're going to wipe away the glue very carefully, what we don't need, and we're going to let this rest also. So this is the first layer of our little box we are going to make, but we need of course more layers. I'm going to make extra 12 of this one, because I already have 4 of them and I need 16 in totally. So I have 4 and I'm going to make 12 extra. And here you see already my 16 pieces of 3. The 4 we already made together, and now I made 12 pieces extra over here. So in totally I have 16. I have 1 like this, but I need in totally 4 for the top and the middle shelves. So this is not the bottom is over here, but for the shelves we need 3 shelves and we need a top. So we need 4 of this one extra. We already have 1, so we only need 3 extra right now. So we have our 16 pieces of 2 and our 4 pieces extra of our shelves, and the top will be, one of them will also be a top, but 3 will be a shelf. We're going to lay them aside like this. We're going to place this one over here. And again, this one, because they can dry, we're going to take 2 of the blocks and we're going to glue them together. So get 2 of the and place them together. We do this 4 times. Again, make sure that you have a nice fitting together. So that's really important that they fit nicely together. Again, number 2. We're going to do again over here. We're going to look for and this 2 and again glue them together and another 2. Look like they are fitting very nicely. So, and we're going to do this one. And we're going to give this also a couple of minutes drying. So we have 4 of them we glued together. And of course I need to wipe away the glue we don't need. Of course I have to make sure that I have a straight line or else it's not fitting. Now we're going to build them together very carefully because everything is not totally dry, and I'm doing that on purpose because maybe I still need to readjust it, so you never know. So I'm going to get 1 of this piece like this. What we're going to do, we're going to get a double block like this and we're going to place it on the ending of this first of 2 and we're going to place it exactly over here. I showed you, I'm going to glue it and then I'm going to show to you what I mean. Then I showed you a little bit closer. So very easy, do some on the bottom and we're going to place it over here. And I'm going to place it, and if you give me a moment I will show it to you, but first we're going to make sure that we have a straight line and like this on the middle, and I'm going to get now 2 loose blocks like this, and we're going to do some glue on the side and on the underside, but make sure that you have the blocks this way, vertical, no, horizontal, if I'm correct, yeah, horizontal, and you do some on the side like I said and on the bottom, and you're going to place it on the ending of the middle blocks. You're going to place them on the ending, but of course I'm going to show you this also in a moment, don't worry. And I'm going to do another one on the sides and on the bottom, and I'm going to place this also over here the same. I'm going to give it a little bit of pressure over here and redo it if you are out of the line like this. So, and I'm going to let it dry a couple of minutes and then I show you exactly how it's looking like. So I'm going to show it to you a little bit closer. So this is what I mean. On the back side you have a little overlay like this because you are gluing this 2 block on this row of the 2 and you're going to glue it, especially because I'm going to show it to you on the side. You can exactly see where you need to glue it on this line, and this one you need to do on the first block but at the ending. Of course I'm going to show it to you also this way. You can easily see how it is glued, and of course we are going to do all 4 of them the same way. I could do it of course a little bit faster. I was measuring out because on top of here will be another bottom, but if you're going to get your block, of course he is fitting inside, but it is very narrow because it is almost like not even a millimeter if is correctly, and I think for me it's too little. I want to have a little bit more room that I can shove my little block inside. So what I'm going to do, I have to improvise because with countdowns it's always very difficult to get the right measurement. What I'm going to do in between every layer is we're going to glue 1 of the blocks together this way, and we're going to glue, so lately we're going to glue this one on top of here and 1 over here and 1 over here, but we're not going to do it straight up. We're going to give it an extra like a decorative layer. So in a moment you see what I mean, and you do it in between while you're building the rest. You can build this very easy in between. So we're going to give it a couple of minutes, then we're going to place some glue over here on this line, over here and over here. So it's very easy to do, but If you don't mind to maybe that you have to sand it off, then you can build it this way, but I don't like it. I really don't like this. It's much too narrow, so I have to make it better. And I don't like if you are at home and you are making this DIY and you are saying, but it is not fitting, it is not fitting. So that's not very nice. Then you don't like the DIYs anymore. So what I'm going to do, so very easy, we're going to lay this on top of here at the ending. Very easy, give it a little bit of pressure over here. And we're going to get a loose block. And of course you can do a little drop on the side over here only. That here also sticks on the other one. Over here. And we're going to lay it on top of each other. And we're going to do here the same. Just a little drop at the ending. And we're going to lay it over here. It's so easy to do. But it makes a lot of difference because then your blocks are very nicely together. So again, like this. And we're going to let this dry. So because it's a little bit of chaos, I'm going to do one extra with you. We're going to get our middle shelf. We're going to do some glue on the underside of one of the piece like this. We're going to place it again over here. And again, squeeze it and press it down. We're going to get two of the little shelves we're going to do on the side and on the bottom. And like I said, you have to have them horizontal. And we're going to place this one, of course, over here. And be sure that you squeeze it also a little bit. We're going to do this one the same on the bottom and over here. And we're going to place this also the same horizontal like this. And again, squeeze it and give it a little bit of pressure on the line. And now we're going to get two loose blocks because we need to make an extra layer. We're going to do two together, place it together. Over here we do some glue, over here, and over here, and over here. And then we almost already have our, you see already, I would already go down with my fingers. You saw me doing it. You saw me flashing it. And this way we have to make sure that we have it in a straight line. Be careful that you have it in a straight line because that's always looks very nicer. And again, we're going to place this one on top of here. Give it a little bit of pressure over here. And two loose blocks. And then we already have the second one. We're going to place it over here. Of course, I almost forgot to do a little drop. So it's also connected on the back side. Over here. And squeeze it. And we do here the same. A little drop on the back side. And we're going to place it over here. It's almost, you don't have an overlay, but you have a little overlay like this. So, and we already have number 2. So we have our 4 pieces, we have our 4 blocks, our squares, and we're going to have our bottom. And see, we're going to turn our bottom this way, so we have a flat surface. What we're going to do, we're going to do some glue on this one over here, very easy. And we're going to turn it over and we're going to place it on our bottom, and we're going to place it in the middle. So we have on the back side and on the front side we have a little space over. On the sides you try to get it as flat as you can have it. So give it a little bit of pressure. Look for if you have it in a straight line. And we're going to do the second one. We're going to do some glue over here and over here. This is very easy to do, and we're going to turn it over and we're going to place it in the middle again. Give it some pressure on the sides and make sure that you have it in the line you want to have it. Of course, I have to go a little bit backwards because I am already on the front, because you don't see it, but it looks very strange if I look at look at this way. So we're going to do it this way, like this, and we're going to do the rest, but you still can redo it. We do this one, and then we're going to look which shape we like the best. We're going to turn it over again, and like this. And we're going to get, of course, the last one, and they also will be the top over here. And we're going to turn it over on top of each other this way. So, and now we're going to let it rest for at least a half hour till, or maybe 1.5 hours. And here you see a little bit behind the scenes, I did place a little paint can on top of here to give it some pressure, so the glue is very sticking very nicely on top of everyone. And you even make that blocks which are not always even get a little pressure to go down. So if I can recommend it, just do a paint can on top. And this is how he is looking like right now. And I'm so happy with our little, yeah, it's kind of a dresser. You can use it for anything. You also can do paint this one and do some little pieces of figurines or something else inside. You can use it for anything. So what I'm going to do on the top, because I want to finish it off. I can do something like this, so it's a little big, but I think this one is a little bit too big on the top. You don't have to do it. If you don't like something on the top, don't do it. And I also like this one. Oh, you see already, like this. So I'm still debating what I'm going to do on top, but if you are finding some wooden pieces from the fall season, from the Christmas season, from any season, just grab a bag and collect them, because you will have so much fun with it to place endings on top of pieces. So I always collect this in this bag. So I'm going to find out which one I will do on top, and then we're going to paint it. So I did find it. I am going for this one, and I'm going to do some glue, and I'm placing it on the top in the middle like this. I'm going to give it a couple of minutes to dry, and then we're going to paint. So I'm going to start painting my little kind of a dresser in the little bit of the cream color like this, because I like a little bit more of the neutral tone. And the blocks I'm going to give a little touch of the Valentine, because not too much. I don't like it that everything is red or pink or something else. I only love a little touch. And the great thing, because this is such a small piece, you can easily place it anywhere in your kitchen, in your living room, even on maybe if you have an office, you can use it for. So I am really happy how it turned out, especially the size. Of course, I'm going to paint it because I talk too much. I'm sorry, I always love talking to you. So I'm going to, like I said, I'm going to do the first side, the inside, and I'm going to give it, you see, a little bit of the creamy color. And you see already our little box is drying. What we're going to do, we're going to take our 4 pieces. Our blocks will be, what will be the numbers? Whoa, this was repeating very fast. So we're going to make, at least I'm going to make 2 red and 2 white. So I'm going to get a little bit of the brighter red. So I'm going to, like I said, I'm going to do 2 in the red colors. And not too much. This red is not totally covering, and I really like that, because later we are going to make the numbers of it, and I think I'm going to do this with a black around and then the number inside, but we will see. Maybe I do it different, but first I'm going to paint this red and 2 of them white. So you see already, it's one big mess on my table. I did the 2 red, but I was changing my mind. I did do in a little top of a bottle. I did a little bit of white and a little drop of red, because I think pink looks better. And then I do a white round on top of here, and the number will be black. I think that looks better than what I had in mind. So I'm going to paint this one, of course, in the pink color, and the other one also. So then we get a pink one and we get a red one. I think the pink is very light, so I think it will look nice. But of course, choose any color you like. And you see here already, here is the little box, and of course our 4 blocks in the pink and the red. What I'm going to do, I'm going to give now the top, I will give something like a heart. I'm going to give here one of the numbers, here one of the numbers, and here the month. Of course, if you made a block extra, you also make a block extra for the month, because the months have a year have 12 months, so you need 2 blocks because 6 can be on 1 block, and then that's why you need the 5th block if you do it for the whole year round, to give it for your everyday decor. And you probably don't paint it then pink and of course red. So what I'm going to do, my idea was just to do this kind of little sponge and just do it in the white, and then make a nice round on top of here in the white, and then do the number on top. But I'm not going to do it. I'm going to use my sticker tags, and of course here in the Netherlands we call it etiketten. So, but I'm going to cut off a little square over here, and I'm going to glue of a stick on all sides. I'm going to do some stickers, so I'm going to change it up and give it a little bit more like a farmhouse look, but at least a little bit more like a rustic look. That's a better word, I think. So I'm going to cut out for all the sides a little square. So you see already I have my stickers on top of here, and I like the brown color with it. What I'm going to do right now, I'm not a great someone who can draw very easy numbers, words or something out of hand. I am really not good at it, really not. So what I'm going to try, I'm going to look for if I have some sticker letters and numbers, if I like it or not. So I have to experiment with it. So I'm going to do, like I said, try to do something with a heart or something else. And I'm going to do here with the numbers, at least that I have 1 and 4. And here we're going to do the months, like I told you earlier. So I'm going to only do the first 3 letters of the month. So we will see how this is looking like. You see already on the mess on my table, it was a little bit of a task to get everything fitting. And I am really happy with the gold letters. It gives a little bit more like a high-end look. And of course I have the 1 and the 4, and of course all the knit. And now I'm going to, with my gold marker, I'm going to make on the sides a little heart over here. Very simple, very neutral, but you can do all the way with something else if you are someone who can draw very easy. So I'm just going to make a heart, and then I'm going to do around the brown lines. I'm going to do with my black marker, I'm going to make the lines black. And then we almost are finished, and you see of course in a moment the quick impression. We are going to use as a main piece our tumbling tower blocks. It can be that I need a little of I use a couple of different blocks, but I think I'm totally going to make it from some tumbling tower blocks, but we will see how far I get. So if you have tumbling tower blocks laying around, I hope you join me. Already have my blocks on my table. The only thing I need to say, so bear with me with my voice, because I had a very bad the flu, so I am still getting over it. So bear with me. What we're going to do, we are going to make 6 blocks on top of each other like this. Just glue it sideways, press it down, squeeze it like this, and try to get it as even as you can, and remove your glue immediately, because that's the thing you get if you do it fast. It is very easy to get away like this. And I am removing it. This is number 3. We are going to do number 4, and we are going to make, this is already 1 row will it be, and we are going to do for the bottom 2 rows, because this will be the bottom like this. I have to squeeze it and press it down like this, and the last one, and again like this one. And now we're going to make a second one. I already had 3 blocks together, so I'm going to do the 4th like this. Squeeze it and press it down. Now we're going to do number 5 like this. And of course, if you don't want to see how I make it step by step, just remove the video, because I understand if it takes much too long for you. Of course, I hope you will stay, but I understand also if it takes a little bit too much of your time. So we already have 2 of this kind of blocks, and we are going to make the lights, the sides with the lights, the sides with some glue like this, and we are going to place it together, squeeze it and press it down like this. And you see, every time I remove my glue again, and now we have the bottom of our kissing booth. What we're going to do now, we are going to do again 2 for the sides, 2 of 6 blocks again, because we're going to do the sides up. This is number 4, 5, and now we already have number 6 like this. Of course, this 6 we also are gluing together. We need 2 sides of 6, and the other side we make a little bit different because we want to go inside our kissing booth, so we leave the sides from that piece open, but you see that in a moment. It's better that I show it to you than that I speak it to you. And number 4 like this. Again, squeeze it, press it down. And number 5 like this way. And now we're going to do the last one, and you press it down again like this. So you see, now we get already one side. I have to press it down again, one side again for the sides. I will do the other one. Here you see we have the 2 sides. We are going to glue later in a moment on this bottom of our kissing booth, but before we're going to do that, we are going to make from 2 blocks a little side also, but with an open ending like this, just 2 pieces, and we are going to make 4 of those pieces like this. You see, very simple, just 2 blocks. And we're going to do another one. Of course, I have to use my glue. It was not totally into the glue gun. So like this, squeeze it, press it down, and now you already have number 2. We are going to do number 3 like this. Squeeze it, press it down, and the last one, because we need 4 of 2 like this. And what we're going to do, it's very easy. We are going to glue them on the side. We are going to take one side, and we are going to glue one on this side, and we're going to glue one on this side, and we're doing with this one the same. So like this, I'm just do some glue on the side like this, and I'm going to place it down like this, of course. And maybe it's better if you lay it down, you can press it better like this. I show it to you in a moment. And now you get just a nice side like this. You see already my glue is hanging already here. And now we're going to do the other one. Some glue on the side like this, and we are going to place it again to each other and try to get it as even as you can like this. And now you get the shape like this. We are going to do the sides also from this one. Again, some glue, place it down on top of here like this, and you can squeeze it. It's a little bit better if you place it down, at least you can squeeze it a little bit better, but do it any way you like, because I also do, you see already I'm just doing something out of hand. So placing it down like this, squeeze it. And now we have 2 of this kind. And we are going to place it on top of our bottom. And you see then we have a little opening which way people can walk in and out. Of course, it's small. You can't walk in and out, but you know what I mean. So I'm going to do some glue like this over here and some glue over here. And we are going to place it on top of here and squeeze it like this. This is one. Now we're going to do the other side. Over here. And if you want to glue it a little bit better, you can also use some wood glue extra with your glue gun. You see, this is how your bottom of your kissing booth is looking like. Now we are going to make the sides higher up. For the sides we are going to use on each corner 1 block like this. But first we are going to need the in-between. So we are going to do 1 block on the top. We are going to do some glue, place it against each other like this. And this little kissing booth you also can use very easy in your tier tray. Maybe that's a lot of people already do for the Valentine season. So because it's a very nice little small kissing booth, maybe you like it also in your tray. You see, this is what I mean. I'm going to make 2 of them like this. Another one, do some glue on the top and squeeze it against each other like this. And remove the glue again like this. Be sure that he is really in a straight line. At least try to get it as straight as you can, because I sometimes also have the blocks a little bit off to of a straight line, because the blocks are not always the same in measurements. So we have our 2 blocks like this. What we're going to do, I'm going to show it to you. We are going to take it on the front like this. We are going to take 1 block and we are going to glue 1 on each corner like this. And you see already they are totally fitting inside of each other. I show it to you. Oh, you see it's already like this on top of here. I'm going to do some, I'm doing it wrong. I'm sorry. I have to rewind it. And we are going to do 1 block on top of here, and we're going to do 1 block on top of here, and then we are going to glue it on here. I show it to you. It's better that I show it to you than I talk to you, because you see already I did already go wrong like this. Squeeze it and press it down like this. And now we're going to do the other one. A little bit of glue, and if you see it what I mean, then you know this is the right way, like this. This is how we want to make them. Remove the glue, and now we're going to place them on top of here. Of course we need to do it this way, like this. And now you see we get already the first start of our roof. And now we're going to glue it like this. You see, this is what I mean. It's better than I explained it to you. I will do the other one. This far we already have our kissing booth like this. We have the sides, we have the bottom. We are going to make the roof, and we are going to make the roof with 4 times 7 blocks on top of each other like this. I have here 3, 6, 7, and of course we are going to make everything together, but I do it with some music so I don't bore you. I have now my 4 pieces of my roof, but this will be a challenge to get the roof on top of our little kissing booth because I don't want to saw, so I will see how far I get because normally you can saw a little bit, how do you say, diagonal? At least you can, can saw it a little bit straight, but I'm going to try to do it without sawing, so I'm going to glue one of these side panels, of course, on top of each other like this. Squeeze it and press it down like this, and really squeeze really hard because you want to have a nice side. This is one side of the roof. Now we're going to do the other side, and then we're going to go for the challenge to get it on top of our kissing booth, but even the way that it still looks like a house, and without using our saw, our jigsaw or something what you use. So we are going to do our best. We already have 2 of our panels, and my way to try it, of course, is to do it like this. I can show it to you a little bit better this way. This way. So this is my idea. So we are going to need something for in between to hold it. So we're going to take 2 blocks. We are going to do on the top some glue. Squeeze it together, press it down like this, and the sides, remove the glue, and again we are going to need a second one like this, some glue on the top, press it down again like this, squeeze it, and remove the sides. And what we're going to do, we are going to glue it inside of here, and we're going to glue this one also on top of here like this. So you see, this is what I mean. I'm going to use the other side because he's a little bit out of a straight line like this. So I'm going to do some glue like this over here. I'm going to glue this like this together, squeeze it, and this is what you get for using on top of here. So I'm going to glue this exactly in the middle, a little bit over this line and a little bit over this line like that. But first I have to remove the glue, or else he doesn't fit right on top of your little kissing booth like this. So I'm going to do some glue over here and some glue over here, and now I'm going to place it. I have to look if I have it in a straight line like this. A little bit over like it, and then squeeze it and press it down. And now it looks it looks very strange. I see it and I think this is strange. But we will see. And remove the glue you don't need on the sides as much as you can, because later on when you are going to paint it or wax it, you don't need it. Like this. I showed you a little bit closer. Now I said it looks strange, but we hope at the end it looks like a kissing booth. And I still, you see, every time you see me working on my piece, because we are going to, we don't want to look it like it's totally under the glue. Now I'm going to look if I get one of the sides like this on top of here. So I have to figure out the way I do it. I show you a very difficult way, because like this, you say I just did a little bit of glue on the tops of here, on here, and on here, and on this side, and just laid it down. It stays in place, but later on I was thinking, if I just used one of a panel with 7 blocks, I just could have laid it down like this, and then we can hear some writing kissing booth on top of here, and then we also had just a flat roof. Maybe that would be much better and much easier than what I'm doing. So I'm going to show to you what I did, and I really hope it stays in place. But like I said, I give no guarantees, because this is really the difficult way to do it, like this, and I will have to see if this will is just a failure or just maybe it stays in place. I really have to look, but I don't really know what I have to think about it. Like this, and I'm just going to squeeze it and press it like this until it is dried up. But like I said, it is a challenge because I just wanted to make it without using my saw. So, but we will see if this is a failure or not. Like this. And you see it's already, of course, it looks like a little house, but like I said, I have really no idea how long this will stay in place. So I let it dry for a couple of minutes. It is a couple of minutes later, and you see here my glue is dried up, and for now he looks quite steady. So I am hoping this stays also the way. But if you want to make yourself easy, just make the roof very flat, because then you can use everything. You only need one row of the 7 blocks, or maybe you can do 6 blocks, maybe you can have it in a straight line, and then do some a little tag on top of your kissing booth. I want to finish off this side, at least the middle, so I'm going to do some glue in between here like this, and I'm just going to place 2 of the blocks I made against each other like this. I'm going to place it in between like this. I have to look if I have it straight, and then I think he looks very nice. Now we are going to do it in some furniture wax. You can do them in the white color, the red color, the pink color, and the color you like, but I will do it in the furniture wax. Before I'm going to do it in some furniture wax, and maybe you are going to paint it, I suggest maybe we can make a little tag for the front and the back side of our little kissing booth, where we can later make a little tag on top. So on my computer, so like this, I'm just going to do 2 of the blocks together like this, and we're going to do this 2 times like this, and we are going to do some glue over here like this, and we're going to glue it together, squeeze it and press it down. We are going to make one for the front and one for the back side, and then later on we can glue it on the front of our house, and we can make a nice little it looks really strange if I see it in my it looks so strange, but believe me, trust me, it will be okay. Have a little faith, it will be okay. So I'm going to make the second one, and then we're going to do it in some furniture wax, and maybe you are going to paint it. I use as my furniture wax, I use a very simple and very cheap brand. It's just a home brand furniture wax, but of course that's only for the people who just do it like me in some wax. If you paint it, of course you can use any paint and color it you have laying around. So I'm going to always take my little brush, and I'm going to go from top to bottom with my furniture wax, and you see already it changes by the minute, I always say, like this. And I don't forget any corner there is on your little house, because that's always give the finishing touch like this. So I will finish this off, and then we're going to do the next step. And you see already I am finished with putting it in with some furniture wax. I find it already, it looks a little bit more like a rustic cabin, so you can use it also for the Christmas season. You can use it in any decor, but I'm going to change it up for the Valentine season. I'm just going to take a piece of kitchen towel. I let it dry for over an hour, at least more than half an hour, but if you can, let it go for an hour, and then we're going to wipe over a couple of times and just remove the wax you don't need, because I like it already a little bit to put it in some thicker piece of wax, and then later on I'm just going to go over it and remove the pieces I don't need. So I will do that, and then we're going to make a little tag for on top of here. Now our pieces are finished with some furniture wax, and of course you probably maybe are finished with your painting. I'm going to take you now along to my computer, and we are going to make our own little signs for on top of here and on the sides of our little kissing booth. So come along with me. And here you see what we just made on my computer, the little Valentine for on the side and the kissing booth for on the top of our little tag for here. And I did some hearts, so we will see what I will use. But first, what I'm going to do is cut everything out. We did cut everything out. I did a couple of the hearts. I did the kissing booth for 2 times for on top of our text. We will glue on top of our house. Like I have to show it to you because he's just out of camera. Like here, like this one. And now we're going to do the Valentine on the sides of our little home. So I will go and take some mud pots, and then we're going to mud pot this on top of our text. I always take a little piece of kitchen towel. I take one of my little prints. I do some mud pots on top of here, and you can use any mud pots you like. If you like to use school glue, it's also fine. Just what you have laying around or what you always use. So there's no way you have to do it one way or the other. So I'm going to take my little block, and I'm trying to get it in the middle of our tag, like this. I show it to you in a moment. And I try to let the top without some mud pot, because I want to have the matte finish. And of course, if you like a little bit more of the shiny finish, then you have to let it dry and go over your print with some mud pots. But I am already loving this tag, and of course I know you see it backwards, but that's just my telephone. In a moment you see it better, but I am really loving the black with the little bit of the rustic color brown. Now I take our little kissing booth, and I'm going to do on the sides, I'm going to do Valentine like here. So I'm going to lay down my house. I know you see it a little bit in a different angle right now, but trust me, I show it to you in a moment. I do some mud pots on the word Valentine, so don't worry, you will see it in a second. I will have my mud pots on top of here, and I'm going to place it on here, and I will show it to you as fast as I can. But always when my camera is running, everything takes always a little bit longer than I want to, like this. And you see, now we already have the sides of our kissing booth. And again, you see it backwards, but don't worry, that's just my telephone. So I will do the rest, and then I show you in a moment the finished result. I told you already we are going to the end reveal, but of course we need to do one thing I totally forgot to tell you. We are going to glue this on top of here, in the front and on the back side. And I'm going to do on those little hearts I cut out, I'm going to glue one on each side of the little door, like this, of course, like this, and then you are going to really see the end reveal. You see already I have my tumbling towel blocks on my table, And what I'm going to do, I'm going to try out. I just found different tumbling tower blocks, and this one has 60 pieces inside of the box. And for the smaller ones, they always have 40 or 54 inside of them. And they, you see already, they are so much smaller than the bigger ones. So you get more for your money than you than you normally have with this kind of blocks. I don't know the Dollar Tree which how much they have in a package, but this is a great bargain, and this one was only $2.99. That's really a bargain here in the Netherlands, because I know the Dollar Tree will be much cheaper, and maybe you can find them at the thrift store. I don't know, so but look around for some tumbling tower blocks, because we are going to starting our step-by-step DIY. On my table you see already I have my blocks. I have a couple of the bigger ones, but I also took a couple of the smaller ones, because we don't know what we need. I'm going to try to make the backside of a little truck, and we will hope it will look like a truck. So it's an experiment. I don't know how it will turned out. What I'm going to do, I'm going to take 6 of the a little bit bigger blocks, but of course you also can use 6 of the smaller blocks, and I'm going to glue them together like this. Always squeeze and press down like this and remove the glue. That doesn't matter which blocks you use, if you use the bigger one or the smaller one, you always have to press it down and remove your glue like this. We already have 3. Now we go to number 4. That will be kind of a base for our truck, and like this. And this one, the only thing what I see with this kind of blocks is they are not totally yeah, how you say it, real sharp. I hope that's a word, sharp. I don't know, but this not everyone is. I show it to you in a moment. Wait a second. If you see here, they are not totally in a straight line. It's always a little bit, the wood is a little bit kind of the rougher wood, so it's not really neat, finishing neat. That's not a word, finishing neat. You know what I mean. This is a little bit of the rougher wood, so this is not very smooth. So I think that's the word, smooth. So we have our base, 6 of them. We are going to do now 4 of them. Before you think I'm just a crazy lady who is talking English, at least trying to talk English. Most of the time it goes okay, but sometimes I can not come up with the words which you are going to use for it, but I think smooth is a nicer word. And you see here, if you see the block really good tight, you see it's a little bit with a ruffle, but of course it is only $2.99 for those kind of bigger blocks, and I'm really happy with it. So like this. And what we're going to do, we are going to glue them on top of here. So we do some glue on the underside like this, and now we're going to glue it together in a straight line like this. We have to try to get it as fat, and this is what you get. Now you have already the base for your little truck, and I know it still is not looking like a truck, but I hope you bear with me. I hope it will look like a truck. What I did one of the smaller blocks, but you also can use of your normal blocks, cut it in half, and then you get 2 little pieces, and we are going to use them as our tires. So do a little bit of glue on here like this, and I'm gluing them in between 1 and 2 blocks like this. And now we're going to do this one over here, and also again in between 1 and the 2 blocks like this. Now I still need to get it off my table, and this is already the underside of our truck. And you see already how easy is this. You can make it so easy, and you can use it as an ornament. If you do a little rope on top of here later, you can use them as an ornament if you have a Valentine tree, or something else. But you also can make a little stand behind, and then it can stand on its own. Now you see already we have the base of our little truck. What I'm going to make now is here in the Netherlands we call it a bumper. But I don't know, it is in the Dutch is different. It's strange word bumper, but I don't know how you call it in English. I take 3 of those blocks. I'm going to glue them together like this. Very easy, just put it down, squeeze it and remove your glue. And we're going to do the other side with one like this. Squeeze it and press it down like this. And you just see, you just have 3 blocks, but of course you also can make them with the bigger block. But you see they are then a little bit more, I would cut them then, that you get one of this one and 2 halves of this one. So I will do 2 halves because they are bigger. I use the smaller ones and I'm gluing them a little bit over, not totally like this, like the same height. No, I'm going to do it a little bit over it like this. I show it to you. So I'm going to make my glue on this line so it goes over it and the glue is not coming under it like this. And now I'm going to place it on here and press it down, and now you get a nice, like we call here a bumper. So try to remember it. Here in the Netherlands we call it a bumper. It's a strange word even every time I say it. So like this. What we need a little backlights. So what I took is 2 little wooden rounds, but of course you can use a little piece of your cardboard from some grocery you have laying around, so you don't have to buy something. You also can use a piece of cardboard, and you even can make this one. I use my tumbling tile blocks, but if you don't have them laying around, also you can make it from a piece of cardboard. So I'm going to glue this one on top of here like this, a little bit of glue on here, and I'm going to place them in the middle like here, and this one on this side over here, and again half again in the half of this one and this one like this. But you see already what I'm doing, so I showed you a little bit closer like this. Now you already have your back side. We only need a little window on the back, and you can make it, I showed you this way, you can make it from 4 blocks like this. But I think it's sticking out a little bit too much. If the blocks were a little bit thinner, then I would do it. So I'm going to take also a piece of cardboard, make a little square out of it, and I'm going to place it on top of it. I have here my cardboard, and what I'm going to do, because the measurement from 4 of those little blocks are the great measurements for me, so I'm going to place them on top of here like this, and I'm just going to make the line around it. Just keep it in place, get my pencil and just go around it like this, and I can cut it out like this. Make sure that you get the lines, that you still can see the lines, because this cardboard is not really very, you see, you almost can't see it, but it's a little square over here, and I'm going to cut it out. And if I cut it out, I'm going to glue it later on top of here, because first I'm going to give this a color, but later on you can't, the color you always paint over something you don't want to paint. So I'm going to cut it out, and then we're going to give this one a color. And you see, this is how the cardboard is looking. And of course you can keep it in a square, but you also can do, because most of the time the windows are a little bit round, just give a nice little round on the edges like this, of the corners, like how you say it, like this. I show it you in a moment. And now I hope I have my corners a little bit the same way. So like this. And now we're going to look if it's okay. You see? Now he has a little bit more of the rounder window. What we're going to do first, I'm going to give this one a furniture wax. But of course, if you want to paint it in the white color, the pink color, the red color, and the color you like, go ahead. I'm just do it in some furniture wax, and I'm going to give this one, I think maybe a red with some marker, a red color. I have my furniture wax, a very cheap brand, so don't buy expensive ones because this is very cheap. A little bit of schoolboard paint for the tires, and I have my red marker just for the lights. What I'm going to do, I'm going to do first the lights in the red color like this. I'm just making them very simple red, but of course you can use also some paint if you prefer that better than a marker. So do whatever you think is right. I'm just going to take the red marker because I think it's so easy just to go over it with some marker. So like this. I will do the other one also. You see the lights are red right now. I almost forgot because we still need to give also the bumper. I call it bumper. Let me know in the comments which is the English word for it. I'm going to do it in the gray color. I almost would forget, and this will be in the black schoolboard paint. So I'm going to take the black schoolboard paint and do with a little of my brush just on top of here, and just try to get it as neat as I can, the tires like this. And of course we also do the back side. You see, I did the tires in the black color, and of course also I will give the little piece of cardboard, I also will do in the black color. So I also painted, I will lay this here for drying, and I'm going to do the back side of the window. Of course, I also give it a black color. Our tires are almost dry. I'm going to take again a gray marker because I like that the I call it bumper is in the gray color. So very easy, just go over it and give it a nice gray color like this. And then we are going to do the rest in the furniture wax. You see, the gray is also done and the tires are dried up, the red lights are ready. So now the only thing we need to do before we can glue up the window is just use our very cheap brand of furniture wax and just give the whole car a little piece of some rustic look. At least I think always it gives a nice rustic look to it. So I will finish it off and then we're going to glue the window. This is how the truck is looking like, totally in the furniture wax, and of course I did also the back side, but you don't have to do it. We are only need to glue on top of here our little window, and then I'm going to glue here some letters, wooden letters, but you can use sticker letters, just what you have laying around. And I think I'm going for the word love, but first I'm going to glue this on top of here. So I'm doing my glue gun, of course, on, and I'm going to glue this one on the back side because this is a little bit of the plastic cardboard. So if you have just normal cardboard, you can glue it also with some school glue or something else, but I'm just going to glue it with this glue. So I'm going to go over it. I think I need some glue again, like this. It's very, especially you do the corners real great because the corners are most of the time the place where it sticks the most. So I'm going to do the corners like this, and I'm going to place them. I have to turn them around, and I'm going to place it like this. And of course I have to squeeze it and keep it down. until it is dried up, because there is some furniture wax under it, and furniture wax doesn't glue the greatest, so be careful. Like this, and now I hope it sticks on top of here. So like this, and now we're going to do the words love. You see, these are the letters I will use. This is just black wooden letters, but like I said, just do ahead what you think it's looking. You can also use a different word. So I'm going to glue it on top of here, and then we're going to do the finishing touch. It was a little bit of a struggle to get the letters exactly in the middle, because I should have measured it out, but I didn't. What I still need a finishing touch, I'm going to try to make a cutout from the piece of cardboard I have left over, 2 little hearts for on top of here. And I just take a little piece like this, and I'm just going always start in the underside, going this way and this way. Like this is just no way of no rhyme or reason why I do it this way or else, but I think everyone can make a little heart of their own, like this. You see, you already have a nice little heart on top of here. I will make a second one, and then we glue them also on top of here, and then we only need a little hanger. This is how the hearts are looking like right now, and of course you can do more lights, more hearts, little ones, just what you prefer. I like 2 of this one, and I leave them also in the white color, but you can give them a pink color, and even with markers you can very easily change them up. What I'm going to do for the back side, I'm going to take a piece of twine. I just have a little bit of the thinner twine. I'm going to double it up like this, and I'm just going to make a little knot on the back side, on this side and on the other side, like this, and turn it around like this, and also do a little knot over here like this. Cut it off like this, and this one also, and I'm going to glue them on the back side. I changed it up a little bit because I thought I would like a knot on the back side, but I made it a little bit shorter, and now I'm just did some glue on the top of here. Just glue 2 pieces together, turn it over a couple of times, and then glued this one on here. So like this, and now you see already this is how he's looking like right now, and I am really happy how he is. So in a moment you see the end result. At this moment you were expecting the end reveal of our little truck, but I was just playing around a little bit with my blocks, and I have a nice and quick DIY for you also. So I'm doing this one extra because I think you will love this, and it is again an experiment. I don't know how it will turn out, so if you don't like it, just don't make it. So what we're going to do, we are going to make 6 blocks on top of each other like this, and we make 2 rows of it. So it's very easy, 2 rows of 6 blocks, and I have here 3, 5 and 6 like this. So we are going to make 2 rows of 6 blocks, like I said, like this. Squeeze it and press it down again. Number 2, and try them get them as even as you can, because that will your work will look a lot nicer like that, like this. And remove the glue again. Number 5, press it down, and now we're going to do the last one of this row like this. And you see already also here is one which is not totally coming to each other. He is a little offline, so but we will work with it. We're going to do the other row like this. But I think if you have the blocks from someone else, you probably also will find that not every block is the same measurement and is as smooth as they should have been. Number 3, number 4, like this. And again, press it down. And of course, if you don't like to see how I make my DIYs, I understand completely. Just go over and skip forward until the part you want to see it. But for everyone who enjoys to see and want to make them also for in your own decor, then of course I hope you will stick here together with us like this. Now we have already 2 rows. What we're going to do, we're going to do the underside with some glue again, like this, and we glue them together, and we are going to squeeze them real hard and press them down. Now we already have the base, because you still don't know what we are going to make, and I think I'm not going to tell you until we are done, and then I hope at least you will see what this will be. We are going to take right now, we are going to take a piece of cardboard again. This is just the box for my tumbling tower blocks, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to measure out this side, and I'm going to make 1 point over here, 1 point over here, so like this. With a pencil I did draw it out, you see this one, and this is what we are going to use. So I'm going to cut the pieces out. It's very easy, just an old piece of cardboard, just cut it out like this. I will do that, and then we are going to glue it on top of here. This is how our little piece of cardboard turned out. What we're going to do, of course, I thought I was already saying we are going to glue it, but of course we still wait a second. I'm going to paint this in the black color, and I'm going to do this in some furniture wax, but I think a lot of you already know which way I will go. And again, I'm taking my black schoolboard paint, and I'm going to paint it in the black color, just like I did with the truck. And I'm using the underground of my old piece of board, just so I can lay it around like this. Just make it black, and of course, but you can use of course another color. I use the black, but you don't have to use it like this. So I let it dry for a little moment, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to do the black away, and I'm going to take my furniture wax, and I'm going to do my base from 2 times 6 blocks in some furniture wax like this. And of course I also do the back side like this. And always try, when you use furniture wax, just try to do it at the end. You can do all the ways, but at the end try to at least the lines in one direction, that then your work looks a little bit nicer. Also, the little top is in the black color, and he is dried up. What I'm going to do, because he did curl a little bit, because the cardboard is not very thick, so it is very thin cardboard, so I have to turn it over and just do some glue on top of it, and then glue it immediately on top of my piece, because or else it doesn't work anymore. So I have to be fast and just hope it will stick in place, because this is not, maybe I need some other glue, but we will see. Now I have to make sure that I get it on top of here. Of course we have to move it like this, and I have to press it down and remove the glue like this. And he is on top of here. I have to get away some little bit of the glue, because he did mess with the glue, I messed with the glue of course, and you see already I have a little bit of the paint away from the black, so I will work this with the black paint again, so because we want to have a nice straight line. You see, I finished it up. Now he's totally in the black, and you probably already know what I will make if you see this. What we're going to do, I'm going to take my twine, double it up for a little big piece, because I want to cut this open so I have nice 2 pieces like this, and I'm going to lay 2 of them next to each other around our little top of our, like you already know, it will be an envelope like this. So I'm going to do some glue on the first like this, and I like to double it up, but of course if you like one piece of twine or a piece of bigger twine, it's also fine too. So but I am going to do, I'm just double up like here, and I'm placing it down on top of here, and I wait until it is dried up before I go further, because or else you will ruin it, and that's not what we want. Just do some glue around the lines like this, and then lay your twine inside like this. Wait a second until it is dried up again. Place it over, go to the point, and just do it over here. Again, double up, place it down. Wait a little moment until it is dried up. Then we are going to turn it over, and we are going to make the turn this way. I hope you still can see it. I show it to you in a moment like this. I'm going to do some glue over here and like this, and now we have to make sure that we turn okay and place it down like this. I show it to you in a moment a little bit better, because it has to stay in place. Remove the glue you don't need. You see, I will show it to you a little bit closer. This is what I mean. And now we're going to finish this side off with a line like this. Again, just place them next to each other like this, and wait until you, before you cut it, it has to be dried up, or else you will, like I said, you will ruin it, and that's not. And now just cut it off, and now you have your own little line around it. And if you see in the middle, you just see I just turn it over, but still keep them next to each other like this. What I'm going to do right now, because I still need to cut off this piece because it's a little bit too wide. I have the middle. I'm taking the same little round I used at my truck, like this, and I'm going to glue this on top of here in the middle. Just do some glue on it and glue it exactly in the middle. I have to look that I have it in the middle, and keep it in place again for a little moment like this. And now I'm going to give this a red color like I did also with the truck. You see, I'm using again my red marker and just go over it. It's so easy like this. And now he's also in a nice red color, and it gives a nice accent for the Valentine. And now I'm going to take my wooden letters again, and I'm going to find a word. I hope I can find love letter, and if this still is fitting over here, or maybe just a letter, we will see. But I will find the wooden letters. Oh, you fell out of me. I was just in the sentence. I mean, I just tried to get love letter, but of course you can use also, I use the wooden letters, but you can also use the sticker letters, just what you have laying around. On my table you see already, be kind, and of course I was thinking about doing the word letters, but that was not a great side. At least I didn't like it, but if you like it, it's also fine too. But I am choosing for be kind, so I'm going to do here be kind on this side of my envelope. So I will glue this on top of here. You see, I have my words on top of here, be kind, and I know you see it backwards, but that's just my telephone. You also saw it backwards with my truck, but when you see the end reveal, you see he will have this the right side. So we are already almost done. We only need a couple of little white hearts, and we do it the same like we did with the truck. Just take a piece of cardboard and just very easily just make a little heart and just make it the way you are always making them. It's so easy to make. Like this, you already have one little heart, and you can do them on top of here, but you also can do a couple of them over here. You see already I did cut out all the little hearts just from a piece of cardboard. What I'm going to do, I'm going to do some glue on the back side and just glue them in place over here. Just do them wherever you think it's fitting. Of course, remove the glue because I am already under the glue. You see already, like this. And how easy is it just to make those little hearts? And this DIY is cost you almost nothing, only a couple of tumbling tile blocks. The rest is most of the time garbage and things you have laying around. And like this, a little glue on the back side of this one. Like here, we are going to do on this side, over here, and the last one, the little one, and we are going to place it over here. I have to look if I have him the place I want to have him, like this. And you can do lots of more hearts if you want to have more hearts. And of course you can color them in the pink color, in the red color. What I'm going to do, I'm going to turn it over, do a little piece of our twine we also use for the front, double it up, and again do some glue on here, lay both of the pieces in the glue so you have a nice start of your hanger on the back side. Wait until it is dried up, and I'm already stuck to my own glue. I know if I am the only one, but I am always stuck on my glue. We are going to again turn it over like this. Just turn a couple of times your twine so you get a nice ending of your twine. And I think I want to have it a little bit shorter because for me it's a little bit too long. So I think this is more than enough. So I'm going to cut it off over here like this. Do some glue a little bit on the same place I did it on the other side. And again, place your twine inside and keep it in place for a little moment until it is dried up like this. And then also our envelope from Valentine is ready, and I couldn't I couldn't show you this, so I just had to show you this envelope. Of course, my English today is really bad. I am really sorry. So sometimes you have kind of those days. It is Monday, so maybe that's it. But bear with me. I hope you understand everything I said. If you don't, leave a comment down below. Now we are going to the end reveal of both of our Valentine.